Database Working Group. Glad to have everyone here this morning, bright and early. So thank you all for being here. Before we get started, just wanted to thank RIPE NCC for providing chat support. Maria, thank you. And Alan's going to be our scribe today. So thank you. Be sure to fill out any of your surveys. That's very helpful for all of us and very useful. With that, we have an exciting agenda today. We have our usual operational update. We have a presentation on who is an RDAP. We have our typical NWI review. And then we have our chair selection process as well. So with that, David, do you want to come up and address everyone on our chair selection?
Yeah, hi everyone. As you know, we've kind of made some changes to the recent chair selection process. The reason being that we wanted to align to the RIPE policy, eventually leading to all working groups having the same process, with a call for volunteers being published on the mailing list at the same time, and the eventual elections taking place at the RIPE meeting. This has caused a bit of internal discussion, as the call for volunteers was missed. After the list of volunteers was published, William came to the other chairs, and this kind of started a large discussion. So what William wants to do, or what William has offered, is that he continues in Dennis's spot after Dennis has recently retired from being a working group chair, and serves a one-year term to keep consistency in the working group and allow us to keep the one-year chair rotation. But this is kind of bypassing the process. So I just wanted to ask the room if anyone is opposed to William putting himself up as a candidate after the list of volunteers has been published, or has any other concerns.
Sorry, Miriam Kühne, just one question. I think you said it, but I might have missed it. You said for the remainder of Dennis's term, like what, another year to the end of the term that we have basically left after Dennis left?
Yeah, okay. one year term, so we can keep the 1 year chair rotation. Yep. Yep. I think it's turned off.
So about 8 years ago, we put in place a new plan because when Dennis and I were selected, there was a pull ballots out of a hat program that was in place for chair selection. With that, we implemented a new process that had 3 years with offsetting terms for each chair. The idea here was to provide continuity and so that you never had a case where all 3 chairs were being replaced all in the same year, which is what happened about 8 years ago for our working group. And so in the interest of sort of keeping that going, the idea was to finish out the term that Dennis was stepping down from at this meeting, and to provide that level of continuity and bridge between sort of the new chairs and the old chairs.
Okay, I don't see anyone opposed in this room. Chat also looks fairly quiet. So in this case, I'm gonna go back down, start a poll on Meet Echo for the chair selection of Peter and William, and we'll talk about the results after Edward's talk.
Ed, you're up.
Okay, good morning. My name is Edward Shryan from RIPE NCC, working on the database team, and this is the, sorry, excuse me, just Better?
Better.
Thank you. Okay, here's the operational update for the RIPE database. I'm here representing the database team, and thank you to the hard work and effort of my colleagues over the last couple of months that went into this update. Progress since the last RIPE meeting at the end of November. We've had 4 Whois releases. The first 2 releases were focused on ORDAP improvements. ORDAP is a more modern alternative to querying the RIPE database, and we feel it's important to keep up to date with draft standards that are coming along, and also to be compatible with the other RARs. So a range of improvements there, including improving the documentation, so it's easier to understand. Also, as pointed out in the address policy working group, we did not document maximum prefix size in the help text, so that's now fixed. We had a deadline of the beginning of April to comply with mail sender requirements from two big mail providers, and so we focused on that. 2 big features were to detect undeliverable addresses. And once we get a bounce, we no longer continue to try and send mail to those addresses. The second thing was to add email unsubscribe support. So this is giving the recipient of our emails an option to opt out and to unsubscribe. Given we had to comply with the mail sender requirements, there was a backlog of features which we then released in May. Quite a lot of changes. The headline was to deliver NWI4. So there's a new status called allocated assigned PA. The intention is that you can document one assignment that's the same size as your allocation. And we already have 3 of these objects as of this morning in the database. Another improvement was to add a character set flag. So now on the command line, if your terminal is UTF-8, you can specify UTF-8. Your response will be in UTF-8. And that is part of the preparation work for supporting UTF-8 across the database. Also, something that got a lot of support on the mailing list was to add support for querying for sponsoring org. It wasn't mentioned when sponsoring org was added, but we now support this feature, and a variety of other changes. There was one single outage in April. Operationally, we do update our packages regularly, and that means we need to rotate our master database. So we do regular switchovers. Also, it's good practice in case we ever have a failure. But in this case, there was a problem with the new master, that it wasn't accepting updates. We took 20 minutes to resolve that. The queries were unaffected, but it's something we really need to get to the bottom of it, because since we're doing switchovers regularly, this needs to be very reliable. Statistics on various features that we've added recently. NWI 14, we've extended the M&T ref attribute to new object types. There's been only a modest take up of that, which seems to indicate it's not really a problem. But if you'd like to protect your objects from references from other objects, you can now use this mechanism to do that. Abuse C validation. There are 93,000 Abuse C addresses in the database. We're a little bit behind with our validation, because the registry services team has been very busy with billing. The first half, we are aware of it, we're keeping track of it, and we will be focusing more on validation. So by the end of the year, we will be have every Abuse C validation validated according to policy. The geofeed attribute is now there's now a purpose for geofeed in the RIPE database, and now use of geofeed is comfortably ahead of the workaround we had before using remarks geofeed. So there's a good twice as many use of geofeed. So it's good to see there's good uptake. The non-auth cleanups, the non-auth database is continuing to shrink, but it's still slightly over 55,000 objects in there. And finally, synchronizing the LAR portal users to your default maintainer in the database. It makes the database easier to maintain, and nearly 2,000 LARs have now opted into that. And going back to mail sender requirements, just to give you some more details on what we did. We really rely heavily on mail to notify users when updates have happened to the database. We have nearly 1 million distinct email addresses in there. So it's really important that we comply with these requirements to make sure that users do receive these notifications. So far, we have just over 1,000 addresses that we've detected as undeliverable. Almost about zero unsubscribed. I unsubscribed to test, and it's now gone back to zero. So that's a good vote of confidence. Nobody seems to want to have opted out of this process. So we feel the users who are receiving these emails see value in it, and they want to continue seeing them. One surprise with this was that outgoing volume was not really affected by these changes. We qualify as a bulk sender in the eyes of the mail providers. We're sending over 30,000 outgoing mails, but even after detecting these undeliverable addresses, the outgoing volume didn't really decrease, and we didn't get really a lot of complaints from our users. So it seems to have gone well, and we now have more data about, and it's now more accurate. We know more about these email addresses, but there is remaining work. I believe we are very dependent on these large mail providers to contact our users. The big three mail providers, Google, Yahoo, who impose these requirements, also Microsoft, they are hosting well over 300,000 of these 884,000 addresses. So if one of these mail providers decides that we're spamming their users, then we really could have a problem that there could be a lot of fallout. So should we investigate alternative notification methods? Maybe low volume, but for now, mail is the only option. Secondly, should we retry sending to undeliverable addresses? Now, generally, the failures we've gotten have been SMTP 500 errors, which indicate permanent failures. But is there an argument for going back? Since there is no mechanism right now for users to resubscribe themselves, since we anticipated the volume would be low, we planned that for now, users will have to contact RIPE DBM, so registry services, and we will manually resubscribe them. So far, there's been absolutely no tickets, so that's really encouraging. So maybe that's a signal that we don't need to spend effort on this, but it's something we can improve. Operational work. So as you know, we're not just responsible for delivering features. We also operate the RIPE database and WHOIS services. One thing that we've improved is separating client certificate authentication. We did turn it on our main REST API, but it's annoying if you follow a REST API link with this option on. TLS will ask the endpoint. The browser will then pop up a request to the user asking to choose a certificate. Since we want to accept any self-signed certificates, we can't scope that to just we're not issuing certificates for the RIPE database either. So this pop-up is very annoying. I don't think it's usable like that. So we switched to a separate service. If you choose to use client certificate authentication, use this well-known service name. Now it's in the documentation, rest-cert. And I also, it was in my slides from the last meeting, but I've added an example to the documentation, how to create a self-signed certificate, how to sign an update, and how to use this rest-cert service to make an update. Secondly, in support of the company targets of the budget and consolidating our footprint in the data centers. We're consolidating our servers. We're looking at all of our the service for the database service. We have improved how we deploy. Every server is now identical, which is easier to maintain. We had a mix of old and new servers. We were keeping old servers as long as we could, but we had performance problems. We had inconsistencies between the response of the old servers and the new servers, and we felt that the mix of new servers that we had were quite adequate in delivering the service, so we're phasing out the old ones. And finally, we are continuing with our effort to containerize, which is going to be easier to deploy, test, operate our service. RIPE database documentation, a small thing. I mean, apart from documenting the new features we've been adding, we added a new separate service name for the documentation specifically. Since up to now, it's been a part of the web application, but there's really no need for that. We felt it needs to stand alone. It's WHOIS documentation, not just a web application. ORDAP, we made some specific new features in ORDAP. There is the RIR search, which is cross RIR efforts to add missing search features to the ORDAP spec, specifically for numbers for the numbers databases. And one of those is to do basic search features. So you can now look for names. You can search for names more easily. And upcoming will be hierarchical searches. That's we're going to complete that next. We implemented a draft spec for geofeed, so you can now access geofeed information over ORDAP. Something that was discussed in the mailing list, we're now we've re-added returning emails in entity responses. This is something that we count against the daily limit because it's considered personal data, but we didn't want to block our clients for excessively querying for personal data. We decided to remove it. Our users find it useful for it to be in there, so it's now returned for entity responses. It's not in there for resource requests, but it is in there for entity responses. So clients can choose to ask for it. And finally, something that came up in a previous RIPE meeting, somebody pointed out there's not enough detail in the README on the open issues and the differences with the RFCs and other RIRs. So we've been working on resolving that, also talking to the other RIRs and the draft co-authors on how we can improve compatibility. 2 numbered work items. We've implemented the new, as I mentioned, the new allocated assigned PA status. Allows LARs to register a single assignment, and there is a policy. There's an impact on policy. RIPE 82, the allocation and assignment policy, mentions the statuses by name, and we need to document this new status there also. So we'll be updating that separately. And secondly, compatibility change on our NRTM version 4 implementation. To be better standards compliant, we return a 404 rather than a 400 if a client requests an invalid path. So that's wrapped up all of the work that we've done. Now to talk about the upcoming changes. Big one is authentication. I think this got everybody's attention back in January. There was a security breach. It ended up affecting single sign-on, but it could just as easily have been the RIPE database. And we do need to start planning to phase out MD5 and look at how we use passwords in the RIPE database. And to be clear, I think this is going to affect batch updates, so non-interactive updates. I believe we have a good existing solution for interactive updates. It's single sign-on. We need to encourage people to stop using passwords interactively. Please use single sign-on. It's mature. It's been there for years. It's well supported. Yeah, we need to focus on improving the story for non-interactive batch updates, which comprises the vast majority of updates for WHOIS. You want to update changes. But using MD5 in this day and age is a huge security risk. There's a risk on the RIPE NCC if we have data breach or a bug to expose these hashes. There's a risk on our members, on our users. We have 20,000 maintainers with MD5 hashes. If that ever leaked, we have a data breach procedure, but there would be a lot of work for our support. We'd have to invalidate those hashes. All of our users, we'd have to reestablish who our maintainers are, reset their passwords. And in the meantime, there'll be disruption to the RIPE database because there'll be no updates. Also, we need to examine how passwords are used. It's possible to transmit passwords in security. For example, mail updates right now supports passwords. And mail updates, if it doesn't follow a secure path, you can end up on a mail spool somewhere or transport an insecure transport. So there's a risk of exposing passwords. And also something to consider is that passwords are anonymous. They're not tied to a user. Maintainers can be shared. Maintainers are considered a role. You can have multiple people sharing that job. And in the end, you can't tell who's making a change if the password is shared. So we need to turn to looking at more secure methods of authenticating updates. 2 bullet points we already have. We've introduced client certificate authentication. So that's an alternative. There's no shared secret. You set up a key cert object with your key, and you can use that to authenticate changes. That's there. It's working. For a long time, also we have public key signed updates. So you can use PGP, for example, to sign updates and send it in using sync updates or mail updates. Admittedly, two drawbacks of those is that those methods is that it's difficult to set up and use. Password authentication is just very easy, so there'll be a story around migrating there. We also need to look at alternatives to the 2 methods we already have. Seeing as our single sign-on implementation is OAuth2 compatible, there are ways we can make use of that. There's an API, there are open standards there. One is to use the authorization code flow linked to your SSO account. You'll get an access key which you can refresh. Your batch script, for example, can refresh that. You use your access token for authentication, and you can refresh that periodically with a refresh token. Secondly, something that we'd like to suggest is to use API keys. This is something you can already do in the LIR portal, for example, but it's restricted to the LIR portal. We'd like to extend that to the RIPE database, and we feel it could be useful across all of the NCC services. So these things that we're talking about, not only for the RIPE database, but across other NCC services that we could have, we could find them useful there too, and for our users. So we'd like to put that forward, that we do need to urgently migrate away from MD5. There are alternatives there. There are standards compliant alternatives. But the migration is going to be difficult. We're all very used to using passwords over the last 20, 30 years of the database. So next steps, I believe, to publish an impact analysis as usual for any large changes. And we will ask for your guidance and your feedback. We depend on the community to let us know where we need to go next with this. Next up is a policy that's been approved recently, aggregated by LIR. This is a status that already exists for IPv6, for INET6 but not for IPv4. So this is now an option for IPv4. Use aggregated by LIR in a similar way to INET6. It's an accepted policy proposal. There's the RIPE document linked A22. We are now already implementing it. Implementation is in progress. There is going to be changes across a lot of our service. Status hierarchy is going to be similar to IPv6, and the assignment size will be there. We're adding assignment size to INET, but it will be optional, and we're planning for deployment late next month. RDAP, as I've already mentioned, there are specific features we're planning to implement in the coming months. One is objects with administrative status are not returned. This is an edge case where we have delegated space that we've been given from IANA, but we're not allocating it. There isn't a lot of it, But what we're returning, I believe we're returning a 404, but we should be returning an administrator's block. Secondly, the RIR search. This is the second half of this RFC. We're going to add support for relation searches, so you'll have hierarchical queries like you have in Whois. And finally, my colleague in Aaron Nasdip Singh is working on a draft for bulk ORDAP, which could be useful for our ORDAP users. So you will get access to bulk data in ORDAP format, similar to what we already provide for NRTM version 4. There's a draft available. So if you'd like to review and comment, I think that would be appreciated. NRTM version 4, the co-authors of this draft are at the meeting this week. We had a productive meeting earlier. We have a couple of remaining work items in the server implementation for the database team. First up is key rollover. The draft gives us a year to implement a rollover, but we do need to do that since it's now been in production for about a year. So this is a feature we need to do soon. Secondly, we discovered there's a signature erase condition. You can download the update notifications to tell you what's changed, but then you need to go make a second request for the signature to validate that. And in between those two steps, it's possible for there to be a race condition. And Sasha pointed out this can happen multiple times a day depending on when the client has started. So it can happen. It's not a rare event. So it's something we need to fix. We need to improve the documentation. For now, since the draft has been it's been a draft, and there hasn't been a lot of deployment, but this needs to change. And one way we can improve adoption is to improve the documentation. So we need to, especially our implementation of it, we need to get the word out and to describe fully how our implementation works and how to find it. And lastly, to help with the draft adoption, it's just good practice to have multiple clients. So RAPNCC is going to work on a client-side implementation for NRTM version 4. Also, it'll help to go through the draft text again. Helpful to have more eyes on the implementation side to see if we've missed anything, if the documentation draft needs to be improved. And hopefully it'll be useful for the community. I mean, I know the NRTM version 3 client that we have in Whois does get some use. Something that's been left over since before RIPE 87 are cleaning up remarks attributes. There were 2 projects from over 20 years ago now, but there are traces of these remarks. These projects still live on in the RIPE database, and I believe the time has come to clean it up. So the plan is to remove these remarks. We've already done it for two other projects, and as usual, we will be notifying the working group and getting into contact with maintainers before we make any changes. So yeah, we will be announcing that later. An ongoing effort, I believe it's one of the numbered work items, is to implement support for UTF-8. And as I've mentioned, we now have a flag for specifying the character set. We do already support UTF-8 in the web application and in a REST API, but there are other APIs relied on by a lot of our community, excuse me, that are still Latin 1. So we proposed an impact analysis earlier this year on how we could migrate to UTF-8 in 3 phases. First phase is to add a flag. So you can already make use of UTF-8 on the command line. And in future, if we ever change the default, it means you can change back to the current legacy behavior. Phase 2 would be to convert the database schema to UTF-8. There will be no user-facing changes, but it means that we can start using UTF-8 internally. And as a final phase, we would then also store UTF-8 in the RPSL objects. So, and again, we would not have any change to the user-facing functionality, but it would modernize the underpinnings, our application and the database, that we can start using UTF-8 internally. But it does depend on a future decision by the working group. Where do we want to allow UTF-8? Do we want to change any of our interfaces? Port 43, our dump files, NRTM, all these interfaces are still Latin 1, and we will not change anything without strong support from the community. So it's in your hands. So we'd appreciate some feedback. I'm not sure what next steps are. Thank you, William. to move forwards with this. A small feature that we've added, we want to integrate with our PKI. We want to see, we have there are some scenarios where Route 6 objects can conflict with ROAs. We have implemented for single ROAs, but we do need to also take into account overlapping ROAs. That's a common case where you have one intersecting row which is valid, one which is invalid, matching the route object. So that needs to be implemented. It will be in the next TOOS release at the end of next month, and we will turn it on in our web application and REST API. Missing history, something I mentioned before, but it bears repeating. We have some gaps in our database that we'd like to fix. It affects old data, but yeah, with something that affects version history queries. Both our internal staff stumble over this because the version history is can be broken. External users, you don't have the full picture of old data. Also, it affects who is code because we need workarounds, and database structure is affected. There are gaps, so we want to fix this. We do have the full history in our update logs and the internal resource registry going back to the very beginning, but we want to backfill this information into the right database, so we have a consistent view of our own history. Retiring ns.net. Martin is here. I think there he is. Thank you. Martin mentioned this yesterday at the DNS working group. We are retiring the ns.net service. If you know what it is, there's some information there. And yeah, but I think it bears repeating because there's an impact on the database working group as well. So if you're affected, please share your feedback on the DNS working group. Using the cloud, I think this is my last slide. Some news on the cloud. We are going to stop the cloud consultation proposal. We believe that without strong support from the community on bringing this forward, that it's better to stop the effort to migrate the RIPE database to the cloud. We are taking RIPE community feedback into account, especially concerns around vendor lock-in, personal data. All of that. Also, the negative reaction to the SIDN domain registry proposal in February, that really didn't help. So we don't feel there's strong enough support to move forward. So we will instead focus on improving our on-premise environment. The RIPE database and all of the data will remain on-premise. That said, I wouldn't like to close the door completely on the cloud, and I think there's a place for it, but we need to be careful. I mean, there are things that will benefit from a cloud deployment, or at least using a CDN. The NRTM version 4, for example, that we're using has very big daily snapshots. ORDAP returns large JSON responses, and the APNIC ORIR have already migrated ORDAP to the cloud. They see benefit in doing that. But for now, to reiterate, we will not make any more effort on our cloud proposal. I believe that's it. Thank you, and hopefully I'm still under time. If there's any questions, thank you. Leo.
Hi, Leo Vagoda, and Polis, and PeeringDB. So I want to thank you for the work you're doing on UTF-8. It's definitely the right thing to do. I think this is in support of the accuracy goal. We have countries in this service region using Cyrillic, Arabic, Hebrew, Georgian, and maybe other writing systems, I don't know. If we can accurately reflect them in the database, that is the right thing to do. Your plan looks sort of right. I'm not going to micromanage it, but I have a request. You started off talking about RDAP. I know that RDAP is not fully supported for all internet number resources. It would be great if you could do some kind of transparency report. I don't think it's actually the RIPE NCC that has the issues. So this is you with your NRO hat on. Mm-hmm. But it would be really helpful for people that rely on RDAP to know this is the gap, this is where the gap is, and maybe these are the plans, because if you have to fall back to who is, you normally have to fall back to a manual process. And this week we've even seen instances where you have to fall back to who is. And that means you've got 3 different things, and you've got to know to do the right kind of query depending on the resource. So I'm not saying please go and fix the problem, but it would be great if you could start with a transparency report, and then we can think about how we can turn off at least our whois.
Yes, thank you, Leo. That's a great point, and I completely agree with you. RDAP traffic has been about 5% of query traffic for years now, and it isn't really getting any more adoption. I can see RDAP is the future of whois. It's cross RAR, and there's been, but it is the it's missing a lot of features, especially the IRR, and we've been making efforts on filling gaps elsewhere, like the RAR search feature. There's been other draft proposals as well, but I think the way forward is to create a draft for missing features, especially IRR, the IRR database, and yeah, as you said, create a report on where the gaps are and where we can fill it in.
I'm thinking initially just these are the proportion of resources that can't even be queried.
Okay.
So I know that there's a feature gap, but I'm not really thinking about the feature gap. I'm just thinking, like with my PeeringDB hat on, if someone requests a registration in PeeringDB and they have an AS number which doesn't have an RDAP listing, we have to fall back to a manual process. And so, you know, we've had conversations with RARs about this, and I know that RARs want to work on it, but just defining this is the scale of the gap for the proportion of different internet number resources, AS numbers, IPv6, IPv4, these are the parts of the world affected, whatever it is, the right measurements that you will understand, and you'll put the right measurements in that report. That would be super helpful. And then we've got something to go off, and we can grow that 5% to more than 50 at least.
Yes, okay, yeah, thank you, Leo.
Thank you.
Peter Hessler, member of the working group for the next 2 to 3 minutes. I just wanted to comment quickly on UTF-8 to follow up on what Lee was saying. I did a very quick Google search during your talk and found that apparently LACNIC is returning UTF-8 objects in whois on port 43 right now. And I was curious if you looked at the wider ecosystem of the major whois providers, who else is already providing this, and if you haven't, I would recommend that we take a look.
Yes, I have done that. I've looked at all the IRs, and I don't want to name names, but most of them do not return UTF-8, at least not yet. Most of them are still Latin 1, surprisingly, given the different regions and the amount of languages and scripts. And yeah, our community, our very wide community who don't necessarily have use Latin 1 script day to day. So,
but there's at least one who does, or
most of them are still Latin 1. I can share with you separately, but
okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to share that even though there might be databases or other whois providers who already do UTF-8, the tricky thing is that generally the char set will be hard coded in the whois clients, as there's no like way to communicate that. So you have to communicate it out of band and hard code it in the client. So even though LACNIC might do it and a whois client might support that, it might not support RIPE doing it immediately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions, I'll end with that. Thank you.
So we've got the results of the poll. I'd like to ask the Meet Echo staff to show them, and yeah, okay, they're not shown in the room, but Peter Hessler has received 14 yes votes, 1 no vote, 1 abstention. William Sylvester has 13 yes, 2 no, and 3 abstentions. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone who voted, and we've got a new set of chairs.
All right, so up next we have adding contact methods in whois and RDAP with Cynthia, Dimitri, and Leo.
Am I Okay. Should I be able to take this off or is it too difficult? Okay. Let's just, oh, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, thanks everybody. So we had the keyword RDAP and it's also here somewhere. So we did this previously. I hope you're not yet bored. Thanks to our group members, including Leo and Cynthia. We talked about basically doing something else that people can find in the RIPE database to, well, find people who are responsible. And these are records we use and can put in right now. So, you know, the two left are so far so good. The two right are so far not so good. I don't know, anybody here ever wrote a postal letter to anybody according to their RIPE data? I mean, oh, if you're a lawyer, sure. Oh, no hands, okay. How about faxing? Is faxing still good? Somebody told me that RIPE used to require fax machine to open an account. And it's useful, right? I use that, but I lived in the United States. It's a different country. So this is using my data, so consider it not so personal. You know, we have something like that, right? The right would be like a structure or DAP like, well, JSON like, and you know, you can put things, well, the things I mentioned, this is a context object, can be also partial abuse object. So the idea was that we can do things easier in WHOIS because they're free form objects, so to speak, right? For the implementation standpoint, it's just a dump of data. Is ASCII, okay, now UTF-8 maybe, text, and the formatting is for humans, there is no substructure. In RDAP, you can do interesting things. You know, we are, well, at my work, I am co-manager of Ukrainian domain registry. We just launched RDAP this year. We found the spec is very interesting. The spec keeps evolving, and you can add many interesting fields and subfields and data types. So we found the RFC that we can probably all look at, and you can basically now use a URI. So, you know, my original idea was that we put like, you know, WhatsApp :number, right? Or Signal :number or whatever else. But these are A, proprietary name, and B, we don't have a namespace for that. The URI are, let's say, more standards compliant, although there is no guarantee that particular provider, let's say WhatsApp, would keep using the same URI if it's a HTTP accessible method. So it has to be still discussed further. So like for this one, for example, like the ME domain is, well, something they use today. They can switch to another one later. So it's still an open question for the working group. What do you want to do with that stuff? If you ever want to do that. So wait, am I? Good. So something like that, right? Go into some of these fields probably would be, I don't know, URI contact or contact : We don't have a contact field yet. And that can be inserted into the substructure of the object. And with WHOIS, we can just be a text field. So if that becomes a path to future reality, it should be a number at work item. And I guess we have people in the room who actually implement the database, and they just spoke about RDAP being, what, 5%? Well, still, it's something. We can also do, we can have discussion about the specific URLs we use, and probably we want to limit those to HTTPS, although I don't see the strict requirement. So any other comments from the audience? I try not to eat too much of your time, and please comment now or in the group email, or, well, you can use the Signal as well. That phone number is valid for that. I mean, not the 555, but the actual one that is in the slides. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shane.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shane Kerr, IBM. I think you'd have a hard time finding anyone who disagreed that we should modernize these. I don't have any strong feeling about whether these private URIs make more sense or just HTTPS. I don't really know. I guess we could, I don't know, you could consider polling the community or whatever, but I don't know that you'd get an accurate representation of what people actually want to use. So, yeah, I don't know. What's your feeling? Do you think we should adopt these private URI schemes?
I prefer not to rely on vendors filling the namespace that we are using, right? I mean, with any registry, it's easier, and I don't feel like going the ITF route. No, I mean, it's a good idea. We'll meet in 5 years and see what happened.
Yeah.
But no, I don't have a specific preference. I prefer not to use custom schemas like SGNL that actually would work maybe on your Apple device, but probably would not work on your computer.
Yeah.
Or it would definitely not work on your Linux system.
I mean, that's actually an interesting point as to what the behavior would be on different systems. Like, yeah, am I going to be able to click on it on my phone, or am I going to have to do weird copy pasting and things like that?
Maybe we can add a database object called contact method, right? And then create a link to that within the contact object.
There's nothing that can't be solved by
Another
adding an extra layer
indirection.
of indirection.
Absolutely, yeah. So we have like, a blob of signal is, and then you have these 2 or 3 URL magic things, and then you put some regex there, right?
It's not crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, maybe the separating method from the data is good. And so far, all these things have only one parameter. So it's not that difficult. We don't need a substitution mechanism yet. Oh, please, Cindy.
So I can say that, I mean, I suspect most people will think something like this is good. The question is more like, how do we encode this? In Whois, as Dimitri said, it's easy. Like you can just put in whatever. You could put signal space phone number. That's something we do. The issue is we want to have this be supported in RDAP in a way that requires as little extra work as possible, and preferably using standards that already exist. Because otherwise we would have to first come up with a entirely new format and then write an RFC for it, and it's a lot more work. So that's and we also want to support as many things as possible, while preferably not using anything proprietary. So things like the signal.me and all of those things, a lot of services have those. So it seemed like a good middle ground, considering this RFC that's also on the screen now exists, and it could probably be used for this. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. The echo is terrible. I apologize if I missed some of the words. Yeah, does anybody else have this problem? It's like, depending where you stay, I think I hear my voice from 2 directions with a slight aberration. Any other comments from the audience though? And the chairs maybe? Ole.
I don't have a problem with this, obviously, as a co-proposer, but I would just like to speak up the use case a little bit. Ed earlier on talked about the large proportion of contact email addresses that are hosted by a very small number of mail providers. And phone is also often an internet thing nowadays. I think just adding a 3rd option of internet relatively quick contact between networks is a genuinely good thing, because it's very easy for at least one of those 2 almost real-time options to not be available. And so having a 3rd contact option is just operationally useful. And so that's the only point that I would like to make in addition to what you've already presented.
Yeah, right. So you know what? Yeah, if you start with the problem statement is that you can't reach those people fast enough, or have assurance that they have received your message. Definitely would not work with the fax or postal mail. Oh, no, mail can be proof receipt. Email, return receipts, anyone using them still? Phone, well, yeah, you'll hear their voice, but they be slightly annoyed, especially if you are in another continent. You may not want to do that, and these things cost money. So yeah, I guess the main advantage we gain is specifically for proof of delivery, and also some messengers show you this proof of being read. Oh, and one more thing. Since we had presented this, Signal has rolled out usernames. So Signal names are not phone numbers anymore unless you enable that in your settings. It would be a username, which actually can be updated by the person creating that. So I can start a username tomorrow and then change it the right after the meeting ends. So that's something to keep in mind. But that's true with any other information. It's just that I guess phone numbers are less ephemeral. Yeah. But again, that's another can of issues.
So we have a online comment from Nico Broad Santini at Funkfuhr Graz. Thanks a lot for the work. Not a question, just I wanted to say, I think using URIs is the most sensible way forward. However, private schemas sound like a nightmare in terms of cross-platform behaviors. So URIs for HTTPS redirectors might be best.
Who wrote that again?
Nico Broad Santini.
Okay. Thanks. Well, we are fine with the timing.
Yep, great.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, so up next, we have our NWI review. Dennis?
Okay, this is my last presentation as I'm stepping down as a chair after this meeting, or I think I've actually stepped down now since the new chairs have been elected. So NWI update. This was kind of dropped on me at the last minute, so I apologize for not having any slides. I'll just basically talk over it. That's probably better. Okay, I've done this presentation so many times over the years, and not a lot changes from one RIPE meeting to another. We still have a lack of community involvement on these issues. We have little bursts of activity followed by long periods of silence. Ed mentioned that we've just implemented the option to assign a whole allocation. It's taken us 8 years to get that NWI over the finishing line. These are mostly minor sort of technical changes, but it's just not sustainable to be focusing on these things for so many years. Now, this is a problem for the new chair team to address, but certainly timelines have got to be built into this system, because it's just ridiculous to have these things open for so long. So I'll let them talk about that probably for the next, or over the next few months and at the next RIPE meeting. One of the bigger problems, of course, is that people in this community don't have the time to focus on these minor sort of issues. A lot of people see them as minor technical changes. And as I've said a number of times over the years, maybe some of them we should just treat them as bugs and say to the RIPE NCC, here's a bug, go fix it. They can come back to the community and offer either a simple couple of lines to say, yes, this is what we can do, or even a full impact analysis if it's something like the assigning an allocation where you were considering that tuple option, which was basically major heart surgery on the RIPE database. So, but I think, again, it's for the chairs to, new chairs to think about, but some of these things are so trivial and you don't have the time to spend thinking about these minor little glitches in the software, just ask the NCC to sort it. So, as we've got a bit of time, I'll go through the open NWIs and give you a little bit of background on them and some idea of what would actually be involved if you went ahead and did it. So the first one that's still open is NWI2, and this is another of those that's been there for years and years and years, but we just can't get you to say to us, yes, do it, or no, forget it. And this is about the history of deleted objects. Now, when we implemented historical queries, I wrote the spec for this many, many, many years ago. At the time, we didn't know if anybody really wanted to use this feature. Would anybody actually query for old objects, deleted objects? So we went for the simple option, the low-hanging fruit. And that was basically saying, if the object exists in the database today, we'll let you look at the different versions as far back as the last time it was actually created or recreated. So if you have an object and you do a number of updates on it, then you delete it and you recreate it and do a few updates, all you can actually see is that series of updates since you recreated it. But it was an arbitrary decision. It was just to get something up and running quickly. There's no reason why we shouldn't give you the full history. We do redact the personal data out of the object anyway, so you're only getting the operational information. So it makes no sense to have this arbitrary limit. The RAP NCC legal team did a presentation at RAP 84, which is about 2 years ago. And they were basically saying, in order to assess it, they would like the community to come up with some requirements for this. We did ask if there were any volunteers. 2 years down the line, we haven't had any volunteers. So maybe one of the chairs can actually give an option to you and say, look, this is how we think it could be done. Do you like the idea? Shall we just go ahead and do it? Then the legal team can assess that option and see whether they consider it legally valid, and then just get on with it and do it. Otherwise, forget it. But I think also with the new aggregation feature we've introduced, it has the potential for considerable deletion of assignment objects. So I think being able to look back at deleted objects may become more important. Shane.
Shane Kerr, IBM. Is your intention for us to discuss these items now, or you just want to go through the list and give a status update? Or maybe that's a question for the chair. I don't know.
It's your decision. If you want to discuss any of these things, go ahead and discuss them.
All right. So if I recall correctly, when we wrote the requirements for the RIPE database, we discussed historical data, and I believe our recommendation was to make it not accessible except for researchers who would request access to the data and sign an NDA. So there was a recommendation made. I don't know.
It's coming up later on the list.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then I guess there has been some action. I guess not since 2 years ago, but yeah.
Well, the two different issues, though. You were talking about having a split level return on the queries, depending on who you are. This is about going beyond the deletion point.
No, this is about removing any ability to query deleted or historical data at all, and just have that available for people.
That's not what you actually said, but we'll get onto that in a minute.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah. So I think possibly this would be more important if assignments do start getting deleted. But again, it's up to you to think about. Right. NWI 4 was the assigning the whole allocation, and as Ed has just said, finally we got that one over the line. So that's now closed. NWI 12 is the NRTM v4. Now, there's nothing for the community to actually do in this respect, but I would suggest just leave it on the list as an open NWI until all those final things are wrapped up by the database team. Then you can finally mark it as finished. Now we come up to the task force recommendations. There are 4 open NWIs on this. The first one was the baseline requirements for accurate registration and uniqueness of addressing. The task force gave some suggestions about what the baseline should be. In other words, what's the basic information you should have in the right database for registration? What it needs you to do now is to look at that suggestion from the task force, look at the data they suggested should be in the database for these registrations, and just decide, is that reasonable or not? If you think what the task force recommended is reasonable, we just implement it. I think one of the main differences to what we have now is that they suggested the postal address should be optional. So it's little tweaks like this that you need to look at, think about, and give us a yes or no. And then we can move forward with it and actually tick that one off the list. Where was I? The task force only really talked about allocations, though. They didn't refer to assignments. Oh, only 2 minutes left. Right, I'm going to have to speak a bit faster. Are we that short a time? Right, so when you come to assignments, again, we're looking at now with the aggregation situation, whether assignments are there or not, and should you require any information about assignments. It's something that's never really been discussed that much. But again, I'll leave that to the new chair team. Then we have NWI 16, which is the IPAM. The task force recommended limiting and discouraging the use of the RAP database as an enterprise IPAM solution. When the task force did their survey, I think they were a little surprised that a lot of people actually are using the RAP database as an IPAM system. The question I have with this NWI and their recommendation is, first of all, how do you actually discourage people from using it as an IPAM? And if you're surprised that people are doing it and you don't know how many people are doing it or why they're doing it or how they're doing it, we need to know more about it. We did ask the community, for those people who are actually doing this, please tell us something about it. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? How are you doing it? And we got no response. So if you really want to move on with that, we need feedback. Now, NWI 17 is the historical data one. The task force said access to this data should be limited to what is necessary for the most common types of use cases. The task force recommends that the RIPE NCC grants access to a wider set of historical data to researchers who need it on a case-by-case basis and according to specific criteria should be discussed and defined by the RIPE community. This sounds like a nice option, but it's actually, I think, unnecessary and an unworkable nightmare if you actually try to implement this. First of all, the community has to consider 4 things and come to a consensus on each one of them. What are the most common types of use cases? What limited data is necessary? Who qualifies to get the extra data? And on what conditions? And getting the community to consider 4 things and come to a consensus on them would take years. Try and lump them all together and you'll get some people say, I agree with this, but not that. And somebody else will say, well, I agree with that, but not this. So it would be difficult. Then on the NCC to decide it on a case-by-case basis, you could have every researcher in this field individually asking the RAP NCC for permission to have this extra data. Every university that has an IT department could be asking for it. Every IP broker could be asking for it. So you could end up the NCC being flooded with requests from people to give them permission to access this extra data. Also, how would the database know that these people had that permission? You'd need authenticated queries. So it's a major feature to introduce to actually be able to do this. And in the end, we have so few objects that we actually give you the history of. We already redact them and take out all the personal data. So do we really need to have it on a split level? My suggestion, which you can listen to or ignore, would be basically drop this idea. I think there isn't enough data to start separating it out into split levels. Finally, we have NWR 18, which is to promote role objects instead of person objects, with stricter checks and measures over personal data in role objects. Again, I don't think it's really that easy to add stricter checks on this. You need to take a step back and, as I tried to do a couple of years ago, present a privacy policy which looks at the whole area of personal data versus corporate data and which objects it goes in, role objects, person objects, organization objects. You need the bigger picture. Just looking at person role, I mean, we've got 2 million person objects in the RIPE database, so clearly recommending role objects over person isn't working. So that's the wrap up of the NWIs. Do we have any last minute questions?
So as one of the new co-chairs, what I would like to propose that we do is that we, as the chairs, send out emails to the list for each of the working group, or each of the NWIs, in small batches, two at a time, and then have a 2 to 3 week discussion on each one, decide, keep it, continue, close, etc. Move on, go through all of them, and then for any that are more complicated that we should work on, then we handle that in the mailing list, so we can definitely clean up and try to address the ones that are simple.
Yep. Thank you. And with that, I sign off as a chair. Thank you.
Well, so Dennis, hang on. So, not so fast. So, Dennis joined this working group. Both of us were selected back in 2016. Wow, it's been a long time. Part of that, Dennis had worked for RIPE NCC from 2001 to 2015. He was both a software engineer and an analyst, and he's been involved with the RIPE database for well over 20 years.
Yeah.
So, Dennis, as you head off to retirement, we just wanted to say, as the community, thank you for all of your contributions. And if everyone can join me in giving you a round of applause. We wish you the best, and
thank you.
Enjoy the time away from the database.
I'm not saying you'll never hear from me again, but after 25 years of working on this community, it's going to be hard to just walk away. And I mean, I'll still be following the mailing lists. I can guarantee for the next few months, I'm going to say nothing. Although I might reply to Ed's email from yesterday about something, but generally, no, I've got to take the break, walk away. I mean, I've been writing a lot of monologues recently, which most people don't read. So I'll give it a break, and then maybe I might come back and make a few comments later on. But I'm going to plan a holiday for the next RIPE meeting, so I'm actually not sitting in front of a screen. So you won't be seeing me on the next RIPE meeting either.
Good for
Anyway,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. So last up on our agenda, we have sort of a group discussion. And this is, one of the areas where we want to seek some feedback. We've talked about a lot of things today. We've talked about a lot of NWIs just now. These are a lot of features for those who are new to the working group. We have a different process from PDP that we call numbered work items. And this is where you can make sort of a lower process-driven request to get features pushed into the RIPE database. And usually what happens is we have a proposal. We discuss that proposal on the mailing list. All of our work on NWIs really takes place on the mailing list. And then from there, the RIPE NCC takes that as input. Ed and his team work diligently to try to implement these things. We have a process of understanding what is, say, for example, the level of effort, what's the impact of the community. Sometimes Maria and the team get involved from the legal perspective and comment on some of those different details. But we do ask the community to, both comment on the work items that we have existing, but also to bring your best of ideas as we do look to constantly modernize the database to meet the needs of the operators and everyone who's using the database. And sometimes this means explaining to us how you're using the database, how you'd like to use the database in the future, and what that would really sort of look like. So if there's anyone who has any comments and wants to talk about any of the things we just talked about, or if you have different ideas, new ideas, or other feedback, the mics are sort of open. I know we're sort of putting folks on the spot, but at the same time, we like to try to encourage everyone to be a participant in the working group and be a participant in the database. So that, Cynthia?
Yeah, Cynthia Röström. I really like numbered work items because for a lot of the work that's being done in the database working group, they just make a lot more sense than going through the whole PDP because it's typically smaller things that aren't that controversial, and it's much like up to the well, I'm not sure quite what Ed's team is called, but Ed's team at the RIPE NCC to figure out the specifics. So generally, it makes a lot more sense because we're not writing a whole policy. We're just saying like, hi, we would like this feature or implement this RC. So I really like it. Also, maybe it's time to have another NWI for the contact methods.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else have any comments? No? Okay, well, seeing done. One of the other topics that we had, obviously at the beginning we talked about chair selection. And one of the things that the community is trying to do, and Miriam's working very diligently at, is standardizing a lot of the chair selection processes across all the working groups. So one of the things that we're hoping to introduce to the working group soon is sort of that more standardized system that we want, just to make sure everyone's aware of what that process is. A lot of this comes down to how do we identify when we're doing chair selection process. Do we do it in the spring? Do we do it in the fall? How can we make sure that we're doing it on a regular basis? How do we make sure that we're working to always have sort of a deep bench of people who are sort of up to speed and helping out? And there is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to sort of make everything that we have here work. So from that, we just wanted to say that that's going to be coming down the line soon, hopefully, and keep an eye out for it. And other than that, our new co-chair, do you want to close things out?
Get used to it, Peter.
Sure, I could do that. So yeah, definitely. Thank you for everyone for attending. It's nice to see the room fuller than I've seen in other meetings. I'm glad to see people, believe that 9 a.m. on Thursday morning does actually exist. It's always nice. I definitely want to make sure to thank Maria for monitoring the chat. Thank you. Alan, our scribe, and of course the stenographers who do wonderful work as always. With that, I call the working group to a close, and we will see you on the mailing lists and later this week. Thank you. Yes. Sure.
RSC. Well, we want to use it, and I want to schedule development so that our development of RSC validation happens so that we're able to support it when you deliver it, and we can, like, if there are any incompatibilities,
my point is that open source is important, but the open source management that RIPE is not a
Hello?
typical place for many things,
Hi.
but it is for something.
It is almost 11 o'clock,
Chat later.
and we would like to have a timely departure. So if you could all please go and find your seat. Here's the bell. Bring out your bed. Get on with it. Hello. Yeah, we still have some passengers arriving, so we'll leave the doors open for a little bit longer. Okay. Oh. Should we? All right. It is just after 11 a.m. on Thursday morning here in the side room. That means welcome to your second most favorite working group of this week, the Connect working group. As always, we appreciate you using this service. This flight has 4 emergency exits, 4 in the back. I don't know about that configuration. Please do not use the windows as emergency exits. That can turn nasty. I'll be your cabin attendant for today together with my lovely colleagues Florence and Will. We'll be taking care of you for this session. Short reminder, please keep your seatbelts fastened at all times in case of unexpected code of conduct. Do not forget to rate the talks and have yourself a seat. This is a short flight, so there will be no drink service, sorry. But there will be drinks and food after landing, so I mean, you're gonna have to suck it up a little bit. Okay, now, oh, Will, what have you done? Oops. Oh, that's a good sound. That is not a touch screen. That's fantastic. Okay, here we are. So welcome to Connect Working Group. This is the agenda for today. Will, we talked about this. Okay. Okay, this is better. Good. So opening, well, I think what I just did qualifies as an opening, I guess. Welcome, hi. Scribe appointment. We have Martin from the RIPE agency over there, who has gracefully volunteered to be a scribe. That's the way that works, right, Martin? You were volunteered. Good, excellent. This is the agenda. We'll have an open session as we usually do. A couple of housekeeping notes. You have all read the minutes, right? So who else spotted the typo and where was it? Well, not in the agenda, the meetings from the minutes from last time. So I'm happy to announce that Miriam Kuhne gets the gold star from the chair for pointing out that in section 6, RADB was written as RIDB, which I'm sure you've all noticed, but you were too modest to say anything about. And with that change, I would like to accept the minutes. Then next up, we have the chair selection process. And these are some fantastic slides. So I'm just gonna we'll talk about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Oh yeah, I need that thing. Okay, so basically, that's the process that we got in the past. We mentioned that already at RIPE 75 and RIPE 87. So that's a short reminder. So we launched the process to request for new chairs. And so what's happening this time is that Florence and Remco are stepping down and I'm reaching to a term also. Therefore, I've got some small something for you.
Oh, God. Is it chocolate?
No. Oh, so yeah, find new t-shirts, one. There's like a one for you. Yeah, it's the other way around. It's not this one. So the back, yeah, I had a small problem with the back, but in the front it's written, I was a Connect working group maître de cabine for 10 years, and all I got is this lousy t-shirt. And as usual, when we call for a nomination, we didn't add anything in our timing, including me. But we had 3 late nominations. And so, like, in order that the chair received them, so I applied and we got a nomination for Stavros and a nomination for Paul. And as it was after the time, we accepted them and we thanked them for this new endeavor. And so they will be the 2 new chairs going on with me for the next term. So thank you for them for that, and you'll see them with me in Prague. But for the rest, now we can go back to our agenda. And so the chair selection process is done, and I think we can go on with Stavros with the common BCP for using the IRRDB by IXP on route servers. Thank you. The floor is yours, and here's the clicker.
Right. Thank you, Will, for the introduction. So this is actually a follow-up presentation on something that we already discussed for the last 2 RIPE meetings. So a quick recap for the BCP that we proposed is actually that IXP operators must trust and use the following databases in order to build and maintain route server filters. And as you can see, we are talking about the 5 big RIR databases together with the official delegations. And because we understand that this BCP cannot be implemented in one day, 1 month, and will take some time, we introduce what we call the grace period. And during this grace period, actually, we give time to our members and customers to do their cleanup job. And because we don't want to create issues on the routing ecosystem or lose traffic, we actually extend the list of the 5 RRs with those 4 that you can see in red, RADB, Ripe Non-Auth Entity, and Level 3. So we allow some time to customers and members to do their job. And during the grace period, actually, as you can see, at the end of the grace period, we drop the support of those 4 unofficial databases. And during the time of the grace period, the IXPs must do their best in order to inform the customers about what is coming and what we're going to achieve. But then the question started coming up, what is the impact if we apply this BCP, let's say, tomorrow? We know the theoretical impact, and the theoretical impact is, as I said, there's going to be a huge move of objects, RPSL object, outnum, route 6, that they need to move back to the official databases, or actually customers need to go and update their objects in the official databases. However, we spotted that global operations might be affected because of the ARIN legacy space. And I'm coming back to that a little bit later. But so then we started focusing, the authors, the people who work on the BCP in the ARIN legacy space, and questioning ourselves like, okay, how many prefixes will be affected because of the BCP, and what type of prefixes might get lost. So we did a practical analysis. My friend Marco Andritri wrote a nice script, quick and beautiful, that actually you feed the script with your bird route table, and you also feed the script with the ARIN legacy space that is kind of registered in a FTP server of ARIN. Then you execute the script and you get the result in a TXT file. And so what we discovered, I can say that for AM6, we discovered that approximately 5,880 prefixes that we have in the route servers belong to the ARIN legacy space, which is approximately 1.9% of the full table that we have. Interland has around 4.3K of those prefixes, Minap 3.9. Degis had a miscalculation. They took a little bit of extra time. They did their checks, and they will contribute a little bit later in the presentation with the results. I started looking into these prefixes. I could see that 3.3 of them come only from one member who was a local customer. Actually, he was doing local peering, and then the other customers were contributed a little bit less amounts of ARIN legacy prefixes. Going into the database distribution of those legacy prefixes, we could see that the majority of them, 4,200, actually were registered in RADB. What a surprise. Yeah, validity. That was also not a surprise. I could see that approximately 60% of those ARIN legacy prefixes are classified as RR invalid in our route servers. That means that they were coming from an AS cone that was not correctly configured or allowed in the route servers of AM6. And of course, talking about RPKI, I mean, almost all of them were invalid, right? It's ARIN legacy space. Origin, yes, nice. Looking into the origin of those prefixes, we could see that almost 2,000 of them had AS174 as an origin. You can do now a quiz and find out who is AS174. And then the other prefixes had just few amounts. Yes, I see Remco is super surprised with AS174. Yes. Okay, the problem with ARIN. So what we say legacy resources, the problem with ARIN legacy resources, we say legacy resources, but we say legacy resources. So what we say legacy resources, 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 legacy re this is what we are talking about. So legacy resources are the networks allocated before ARIN was established in 1997. And unlike to other RIRs, ARIN has decided not to provide IRR and RPKI services to those legacy resource holders. And actually, there's no authoritative IRR server somewhere on the internet for those IP networks. So they cannot be validated using RPKI either. So what we see in Europe about those legacy resource holders, we could see that, I mean, again, looking into the route server prefixes, that most of them are access operators that leasing the networks from Cogent. We saw a lot of US universities, a lot of US local and central government services, some enterprise networks and the local branches of them in Europe, the amateur packet radio that we'll mention in the previous meeting, and the managed DNS route servers. But also what we saw, that was a nice surprise for us, that a lot of those prefixes belong actually to Akamai, to the Prolexic DOS scrubbing center. And yeah, so that was something that we had to talk with Akamai people during the RIPE meeting. Well, so then if we try to screen those resources now, for example, in our route servers prefixes, now, for example, we can see that AMP6, yeah, from all those services, all those prefixes that we have, 214K, 1,400 actually belong to Cogent, and 93 belong to US educational institutes. We had one prefix from US government, 61 prefixes from amateur packet radio, and 456 other. And I'm mentioning AMP6 because these are the biggest numbers. LoNAP has a little bit less, as you can see. You can study the numbers later if you want. Checking again the classification of those prefixes, as you can see, majority of them come from Cogent space, 430 from prefixes are advertised by Hurricane Electric and they belong to US educational institutes. Hurricane Electric also advertised 293 US military prefixes to us, 107 from government, 56 from amateur packet radio, and so on. So conclusion, what we believe for this BCP is that it enhances the routing security, definitely, and helps towards this the right direction. And we have very strong signs that not supporting any more filtering with RDB is feasible, but definitely super annoying, and we need to work into that. Losing the peering routes of US-based networks is actually not an issue because there's not much traffic actually going there anyway. The major casualties, however, that could be impacted are the local networks that lease Cogent IP space and the NASA's e-route server. Then we had a collaboration with DEGIX that they also did the analysis and due diligence, and Matthias will present the results.
Hey, hi, in case you don't know me, I'm Matthias from DKIX, and when staffers approached us about that, we thought it might be really good to assess the traffic impact of this, and that's what we did. So we used our route server toolchain to simulate 3 scenarios. The one is the current scenario where we're using the default IRRDB search order that we also have in production. And we allow our members to prioritize their preferred database to the front of the search order. Then we have a scenario where we looked at RIDB and RIRs. That means the default search order we have now without non-RIRDBs, but with RIDB to see the impact of RIDB on the traffic, right? And last, we have the rear only, where we only look at the official databases. That means excluding RIDB. So we took these 3 scenarios and we pushed them through our route server toolchain and came up with 3 different route server configurations for the scenarios, including the IRR filter generation. Then we reparsed these filters from the configurations and looked at what amount of allowed prefixes you have in these 3 scenarios. And from there on, you can compare how many prefixes do you lose from one scenario to another. And what we also did is we took 1 day of IPFix flows at DKIX Frankfurt and looked how much traffic is in these prefixes, right? Because that gives you an estimated traffic loss. So looking at the AS filter / prefix loss we had in the configuration, you immediately see on this slide that if you do not exclude RADB from the filter generation, you don't lose very much. That's the orange to the green line. So essentially, we are using 1 to 2% of the filtering lists we have there, and in terms of /24 coverage, it's about the same amount, right? We're losing 2% of /24 coverage. However, if you go down to the RIR only scenario, you're losing quite a bit. So roughly 1/3 of the filtering lists and roughly 12% of /24 coverage in the overall IRR filters. And last but not least, because we are running out of time, we also looked at the traffic that is in these prefixes. And on the left side, you see in hourly bins the traffic loss that we see in the scenario that is not excluding RADB from the filter generation. And you see there that the loss is really close to negligible. We are talking about half a gigabit or something like this. And on the right side, you see it if you exclude RADB from the filter list, and that's a lot more. So RADB has quite some impact. And you see in worst case, during this specific day, we could have potentially lost 250 gigabits. However, it's important to understand that this is an upper bound because we don't see whether this is steered by private peering or by the route server. So the worst case scenario. Our conclusions, phasing out all alternative RADBs except RADB is very, very doable midterm, but RADB has substantial impact and the traffic loss could be substantial. So you need to be careful with that. And our proposal for going forward with this BCOP is to gather like-minded IXPs and find a date for removing the non-official databases somewhere towards the end of the year or beginning of next year. I think that's well doable, except RADB. And we should coordinate and prepare customer communications, monitor the result, and then implement the changes at date X. And I would postpone the RADB issue because I really think it has substantial impact and we need to see how we can handle RADB afterwards. That's all.
Thank you very much. So I think it's time to take questions from online. I could not see any questions so far, but we have questions from the floor. So, Marco.
I think that your last analysis is suboptimal because you actually measured what would happen by not using RADB. But what we are actually interested in is what will happen by not using by ignoring the legacy resources. I think that it is totally reasonable to assume that non-legacy holders that are currently use RADB will register their routes in the authoritative IRRs. Sorry, Marco Dietrich, Web Minap.
Yeah, I mean, this analysis is like what happens if we do it tomorrow, but I guess it's roughly equivalent to what you're saying with the legacy space holders, because obviously RADB is mainly legacy space holders, and that's the impact of them that you're seeing here, right? However, you need to make sure that they move to the authoritative RIRs, and I think that will take some time.
The point is that legacy space holders cannot move, but I believe that there is still a significant number of US networks that do it they are just used to use only RADB and not the RIN database, but they could move.
If they are willing to, yes.
Thank you. Next question. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi. Hello. Antoine Verschuren, Liberty Global. Your research actually matches my experience, so I want to say that it's good to do. One word of advice, especially we're in the room here mostly with, well, operators, right? There are a number of sponsors that I see on the platform that actually use RADDB as a standard a standard database to create their object. One suggestion is go and talk to them to stop doing that and use the official ones. So especially, I see the problem mostly with leased addresses.
Yeah, I can take that. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And the question is why they do it. And we believe that they do it mostly because of easiness. If we're talking about good space, register space that can be registered in an official database, then the question is why they use RADDB.
Most of them do it because it's automated that way a few years ago. So we could start with asking them,
Exactly. But nowadays, I was speaking during the RIPE meeting with RIPE people, hiring people, LACNIC. Most of them offer tools to automate this procedure as well. So the automation currently is not a valid reason, right? And as I said, we introduced a grace period that allows people to implement tools and start slowly moving the objects to the official database, because now we have LACNIC, we have AFRINIC, there are automation tools around. I mean, excuses are not valid anymore. Only legacy space is a valid excuse.
And perhaps, the excessive, I support the proposal, and I've already started contacting our customers to stop using RADDB a year ago.
We thank you very much for that. Arnold.
Yeah, Arnold Nipper. I'm affiliated with DKIC Swiss IX. I'm also a board member of APIX. And my question goes more in this direction. As far as I see, we already, you addressed it already at the RIPE meeting in Rome. I haven't seen so far that this is a coordinated approach with all of the IXs around the world. What is your plan to do that? I haven't even seen, we have a global mailing list for IXs, and I haven't even seen this topic popping up there.
Yes, thank you for bringing this up. It should have been a slide, however. So the plan, what we work so far, AMSIX, Marco with MINAP and DKIC people goes to see the impact, to see, okay, are we doing something super crazy that will destroy all operations globally? As you can see, this is not the case. So the plan now is we're going to bring this topic in the mailing list. We're going to do a call of adoption. It will be the BCP will go to the RIPE website, will become an official document, and we have already started discussing with DKIC, FranceIX, LUCIX, and all the supporters, the first adopters, to set up a date where all together we enter into the phase one. And this discussion will come immediately after the RIPE meeting. We're going to start discussing this starting date. And we're going to announce it once the BCP is adopted by the chairs of the Connect working group.
Yeah. The second is, I see that RDB has had a big impact, and what you currently do is say, okay, there are databases which can authorize, but there is one who does not. But if I do that, that hurts me. So I'm not willing to cut off all because that hurts me. And this sounds a little bit arbitrary and a little bit unfair, at least in my opinion.
We will see with the other colleagues what will happen with RADDB. For now, I checked personally a little bit the impact of RADDB, and I saw, for example, that from all the objects we use from RADDB to configure the AMSIX route server, approximately 30% are duplicates. Means that these objects exist in official databases, but that's perhaps a little bit older. The last modified date was older from what we see in RADB. So 30% can easily be moved to official databases, and then we're going to start digging further into the remaining 70%, because we believe a lot of people use RADB because of easiness and not because there are serious issues, right? And let's not forget that RIPE has a policy that allow operators to bring legacy space for free into the RIPE database, and then can be validated, can be in the RIPE database, and can also have RPKI. So those policies can help into this direction to go away from RADB. We will evaluate, of course, during the year with DKIX and other colleagues from France IAX, Interland, how things progress, right? But I cannot tell you for now how we're going to be.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob Evans from JISC, which is the UK's R&E network. Internet 2, which is the US R&E network, has quite an active routing security working group, which a lot of the US HE people will be involved in. I'm going to send a copy of this presentation to that list, and maybe they can help chip in and see what they can do.
Please do, yes, that would be nice. Thank you.
And the last question.
Yes. Remco Vermook, speaking as for Asteroid, an internet exchange company, I have 2 points. First of all, I think the information you have here based on the European exchanges is very valuable. From personal experiences in other continents, I can tell you that messing around with RADB for your IRR filtering will break things quite severely, much more than in Europe. The second is, I mean, another speaker referred to the kind people who are sponsoring this meeting, who are all frequent customers of RADB. I think we should also ask ourselves the questions: why do they prefer RADB? Is there a trick we're missing on the RAR databases? Because RADB is a paid service. They pay $525.
$425.
You know, you're a not-for-profit. You get the discount. $525 a year, and then there's a support phone number and email address, which companies love. And is that maybe something that we should be fixing? Is that something that the RARs should be looking at?
We can transfer this question to RIPE personnel. Maybe Martin can take a note on that. Yes.
Okay, we'll take your last question.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I know I came late to the microphone. Just wanted to say thank you for the work that you all are doing. I'm from Aaron. My name is Richard Jimerson, and we share your pain with the legacy space, quite frankly. I did want to come to the microphone and say that there have been some significant efforts that have shrank the legacy non-contracted space over the years. One of the big ones, of course, is the transfer market. We're seeing a lot of the legacy space come under contracts with RIPE and CC, APNIC, Aaron, and LACNIC over the years. The United States government and Internet 2 have also gone through significant efforts over the last 2 years. Wow. And they are shrinking the amount of space that is considered legacy, not under contract. When these organizations do sign contracts with one of the regional internet registries, they can come under an authoritative internet routing registry. And that's a bonus for everyone. That is a good thing. But the legacy problem will not go away completely, unfortunately. And just wanted to say that we share your pain on that. We are restricted as Aaron on what we can do with that legacy IPv4 address space. And we're locked down by policy and the wishes of the community on that. There may be additional discussions over the coming years that can even see that shrink more. But I just wanted to come to the microphone and say I appreciate the work that everyone's doing here and that we share your pain. All right.
I would like to add one last comment on that, and then we can close it. Yes, they are in legacy space. We know that's what we are here. We try to do the impact analysis and so on. But as we said, the authors, we believe that, okay, in the previous RIPE meeting, also in Rome and also in Rotterdam when there was this presented, there was a huge support also from global operators, and they said, yeah, it's a great idea, let's do it at BCP and ITF and start applying globally. But they said, hold on, we have our in legacy space, there are some other issues, you cannot apply it globally, right? And some regions like yours are not ready yet. So the idea is for us now to try to make it in the RIPE region because it's quite clean and that can be implemented easily, see how it goes, and see how the case progresses with our in legacy space. And if you guys manage to do it in quite quickly and successfully, then perhaps can become a global BCP or something. But
I just only want to add, there should be no expectation that the legacy space will go away as a problem anytime in the next few years. There will always be a large amount of IPv4 addresses there. And eventually the policy community may ask the registry to do something more impactful to clean that up. But at this point, the efforts that I described at the microphone are the ones that have been allowed to this date.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. I think that we can close the question queue now. Stavros and Matthias, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Florence.
Thank you.
Please rate the presentations, it's important. And we have now our next talk, Andrzej Robaszewski, talking about the business case for routing security. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Andrzej Robaszewski, Global Cyber Alliance. That's a new home for the Manus Secretariat as of this year. But I would like to update you on some efforts that we are doing at Manus on looking how can we encourage better adoption of stronger routing security controls and with greater level of assurance that those controls are implemented. But before I start with this sort of business case and possibility of business case, I would like to just a very short update on why routing security is important. And probably I'll skip through the slides very quickly. But the thing is, routing security is very important because it's a foundational thing, right? And we know that many attacks that happen on a higher level, they use routing security vulnerabilities. So it's not just routing, not just traffic from A to B, but it's also higher level attack, be it data, DNS, or be it this particular case, for instance, where a software repository was affected, right? It's like software was, malicious software was impersonated by hijacking a software repository, which led to significant monetary impact. So routing system is important because it's foundational. But although we know about vulnerabilities and have the tools for many decades, not just one, maybe 2 decades, if not more, we're still at the phase where there is a problem, a big problem to solve. And why is that? Because what we face here is so-called a collective action problem. The thing is, the actions you do to support routing security, they benefit more your neighbors, other networks that operate in the internet than yourself, right? And we all understand that if all of us come together and implement routing security controls and make routing security more secure, that's better for everyone. But individual actions, they do not have a lot of incentive. So, well, Manus was created almost 10 years ago as a response to, or as an approach to motivate this collective action to bring operators together to increase adoption of routing security practices. And it's, while it has many facets, right? But to simplify it form, it really based on 2 pillars. The one is the baseline, right? We need to reference something, what is good, which is norm. Well, as you probably know, Manus is not a best current practice. It's based on, it's sort of distilled from best current practices. It doesn't create a new best current practice. It actually creates a baseline, security baseline that every network should be able and probably should implement. But baseline and recommendation is not enough to motivate the action. Another thing is that you grow the community of committed operators that can demonstrate that they really committed to that baseline by auditing and transparency. So that's what basically in a nutshell what the menace is. But all this collective action and securing the commons, it has limitations. And the limitation is that the business case, individual business case, remains quite low, quite weak. Of course, if you implement those controls, I think you contribute to your own network security. For instance, you secure that your customers do not become your providers, for instance, or some other things. But overall, it doesn't deliver a strong business case. Why? Because if others do not implement those routing security controls, you're still very unsecure, right? Another thing that because the business case is not very strong, our attempts to maybe make routing security requirements more strict or maybe require more cooperation from menace participants not always succeed, because it should be matched with sort of increased value proposition that menace deliver. Right now, menace deliver value proposition that you can demonstrate your good citizenship, right? You can sort of, social responsibility, this kind of stuff. So we're wondering, how can we achieve a better, sort of improve this on the business case? And while Manas looks at the commons, another effort which, well, I'll introduce, called Menace Plus, that's working title, is looking at sort of business relationship and business relationship between enterprise customers and their connectivity providers. And I use enterprise customers in a very broad sense. It's also universities, other types of organizations, sort of edge networks. That would be better, maybe phrasing of that. And another problem with routing is that one provider cannot solve the routing security problem, right? Even if your provider is sort of secure from routing point of view, there are other operators that contribute to security or insecurity of the routing system. So you can't guarantee as a network operator that you will deliver traffic for your customer without interruption, because other things may happen elsewhere, which is not completely true for enterprises. So if you look for enterprises and look at their path to their digital assets that are still outside, such as clouds, private cloud, or look at their business-to-business relationship, the internet is very small. So we ran some experiments. One of my colleagues wrote a great tool that analyzed those kind of paths. We ran a few experiments, just a few scenarios. For instance, we looked at the Australian banking sector, just a snapshot, and looked at where they can store some of the digital assets. Not saying that they do, but just imagine. And the path between them and those sort of, cloud or CDN providers is very short. It's just one, maximum two intermediaries. By the way, the colors here, they indicate menace readiness. That's what we call menace readiness, that you can see on the observatory or you can see on the menace participants table. So for instance, if you can see that all the intermediaries on this path, all, meaning one or two, are menace ready, that gives you a certain assurance that your traffic on this path is more or less secure. We also looked at another scenario, and this is automotive industry, and we look at one side, sort of major manufacturers and then their major suppliers. And again, the thing is here you see maybe more intermediaries on the path, but the point here is if your partner and yourself choose provider wisely, then you can have higher level of assurance that your traffic will be safe, will not be hijacked, will not be leaked, and will be delivered. So in fact, if you look from an enterprise point of view, routing security is nothing more and nothing less than supply chain security. That also allows us, this kind of perspective allows us to make routing security better understood by security professionals. We here as operators understand routing security very, very well, but if you go to a CISO or, like corporate security, especially in enterprises, they will not really see how this concept and how those practices fit in their security framework and their security organization. Now, if you say, well, this is part of your supply chain security, things become more clear and priorities become more clear. So in fact, if enterprise starts demanding those routing security controls and certain level of conformance from their connectivity provider, or start using those things in their selection of connectivity provider, that creates a higher business case for those providers to implement those controls and therefore get competitive advantage. So basically what we're trying to we're going and we're trying to approach some sectors also outside the telecom industry, such as banking or healthcare or automotive. Is your connectivity or cloud provider the first line of defense, which it could be and probably should be, or the weakest link? So the problem with security, one of the problems with security is the signaling mechanism, right? So how a relying party such as enterprise can figure out if their provider is really implementing those security controls, right? That's why all these kind of things like certification are developed. This is a way for you to communicate your security posture to relying parties that can make informed decisions. Now, Menace as such, you can see Menace as sort of very soft certification or reputation service. As I said, the problem with Menace, although we audit networks and we measure networks on a continuous basis on their conformance, the measurement framework that's implemented has caveats. It cannot measure with a really high level of assurance, because if you want to go that way, you require cooperation from your from the networks you measure, right? Maybe you ask your networks to run certain experiments. Maybe you ask networks to establish peering relationship with you so you can test something there. So basically, the current framework is passive, and to get higher level of assurance, you need an active measurement framework that requires more cooperation. So Menace is having this in mind. What a working group was created in Menace that we are working on developing those controls, starting with the baseline of Menace, but maybe making them stronger, right? And also looking from a point of view, not what is possible to implement or what is feasible to implement, but how can we ensure that those requirements are implemented? Okay. So those are the areas, what we call security domains, that are in Menace Plus. Very similar to Menace with some additions, right? To slightly extend the scope, you can see DDoS mitigation and security services are there. I'll not go into details. If there are questions, I can answer. Well, this is this is just to show. This is not slide where we also have a spreadsheet with those controls there. Now, most of the information is in the auditing requirements because they dictate what the controls are. It doesn't make sense to recommend some control if you cannot measure that this control is implemented. That's the sort of the main premise. Measurements. We are thinking of enhancing, making more active measurements and interacting with those parties that are being audited, because on-site audit is sort of ruled out of the picture. What we need to do in automated continuous audit of those who wish to participate in Menace Plus effort. That's the current effort. So we released the draft document. You can find this on the website. We're working on basically finalizing the version of the control metrics for the Menace Plus. We haven't discussed how this is going to be deployed and what kind of shape it could take. It's quite possible that some of those things will propagate to the baseline Menace, and it's still ongoing. So if you're interested, let us know. We'll be happy to see you and to see your contribution in the working group. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any question. I don't think we had any in the queue. That's right. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now Paul is going to give you a small peering DB update. Do you want the mic or you're going on stage now? Yeah.
Hello all. I've been volunteered by PeeringDB to give a small update. We're running out of time, so I'm keeping it quite short. I'm going to talk about people who have been elected or started doing work in PeeringDB. I'm giving a short update about the search functions in the website, geolocation, and the beta website. The board of PeeringDB is elected, and Job Snijders and Aaron Hughes have been re-elected recently. Also, most people voted to have term limits. The product committee. The product committee are the people who discuss and decide about new features in PeeringDB, both the website and the API. We've got a new chair, Jack Caruso, who replaced Stephen McManus. Then there's the admin committee. The admin committee are actually the people who work as the help desk, the people who answer your questions about PeeringDB, and who also give input to the product committee about what new features might be needed or what changes need to be made, because they have the most experience with the product and how people use it. Search. One of the features which I personally use a lot is seeing things like which facilities, which data centers are in a certain town, or which exchanges operate in a certain country. Now, you could do that through the advanced search function, but nowadays you can also do that in text. I don't know if it's readable on the screen, but search on the top, I think, says, show me the IXs in PL, Poland. So you can just type that and immediately get the data which you want. And that uses the ISO 3166 country codes. So PL is Poland in this example. Divisions of countries will also be introduced at a later time. There's a lot of geolocation data in PeeringDB nowadays, especially for the facilities, which you can export, which you can import into Google Maps, which is very handy, as you can overlay that with KMZ you get from your dark fiber providers, or wave providers, whatever. The beta website. You can, instead of using the normal PeeringDB website, you can use the beta website, which contains, well, newer functions. We really urge you to try that one out. And if you've got questions, contact the product committee. We got a request from Stavros for new functionality. We really need some more input from, not just from the exchanges, because we already got quite a few replies from them, but also from networks that use PeeringDB to decide how much it will benefit them. Please reach out to the product committee for this. And last, I would like to ask for volunteers, especially for the admin committee. We can use more people to help with the questions which we receive, and also to give input on new features that might be needed. Thank you. And if there aren't any questions, then I'll hand the mic over to.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I don't see any questions, so I think now it's the time for. Peering Age, I think. Yeah. Okay, we can do that. Can we have the slides for the closer? It's like 2 seconds. And Cams is around.
Cams, are you here?
Cams, are you here?
Guess not.
Okay. Can we put the, yeah, okay, good. I'm not Bijan. She has way better hair than I do.
Yes, she does.
Here we go. So I'm not Cams. Cams asked me if it was okay to do a quick announcement on the upcoming Peering Asia forum, which is in November in Jakarta, apparently. So if you're interested, go look at the website, and that's it. And I wanted to get that out of the way before we end up with our last topic, which is going to be a discussion. So I wanted to have this done before that. So with that said, it's now over to Bijan. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Can I move this down a bit?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Excellent. Okay, hello everyone. It's good to be back here at the Connect Working Group. So I'm doing something a little bit different today. I'm going to give a very quick update on a couple of the activities that URX has been involved with in the last, well, since Rome. And then we're going to have a little panel discussion. So, so first of all, who doesn't know what URX is? Okay, excellent. So we are a association of IXPs, and here you can see all our lovely members. The newest member we have is OneIX, which is the IXP in Ukraine. So they joined us this year. We also have patrons, and the patrons are typically organizations that work closely with internet exchange points. So you can see here we have data centers, vendors, and also associations like ISOC who work closely with IXPs. So what do? We have two events a year. We've just finished our 40th forum last week, which was in the beautiful island of Crete in Heraklion. That was hosted by our member GRIX, and it was a great meeting. We had about 115 attendees, which is a lot more than we. It's the largest number of attendees we've had actually since after COVID. What else do? We have an IXP database that we manage, the peering toolbox, fellowship, and mentor IX. So for IXPs that are looking to attend the URX forums, they can apply through a fellowship. We also have a mentor IX program for IXPs that are looking for some kind of support within their IXP. So if you know any IXs that are interested, please send them over to me. We've also released a new film last year, and we have a number of working groups. So that's kind of overall what we do. And now I'm going to just focus on a few highlights since the last meeting where I gave an update in Rome. So we have a peering toolbox, and this is a website-focused learning tool. And the idea is that it's short sections which very briefly and concisely describe peering and different aspects of peering. And the idea here is that it's a tool for either people that have been in the industry for a while or for new people entering the industry to discover what they need to do to follow the best practices and make the right decisions for their network. The beginner section is complete, and the intermediate section will be released in a couple of months, so watch out for that. We're also changing up the website a little. We're going to be adding, making it a little bit more interactive, because at the moment when you go to the website, it's very text heavy, and we realize that's not exactly interesting to necessarily read or go through. So we're looking at other ways to make the content more interesting. There's advice from experienced peers sharing tips and tricks. And of course, we describe the use of IXP database and PeeringDB. The other reason that we actually started this project was because we had a number of networks and IXPs who were coming to us and saying, there's a lot of new networks that are joining. Sorry, there are a lot of new networks that are joining IXPs, and it's both the IXPs and the networks that were, in a way, hand-holding the new entrants for a little while. So rather than having, multiple people coming in and training or teaching, the idea of the peering toolbox is to provide a platform where everyone can just say, go have a look here. And it's not something that, EURIX, we're not necessarily creating the content for this. We are, collecting content from the community. There is a lot of good content out there that has already been created, and we want to put that in a easy to navigate format for people to understand what they need to learn and how. In March this year, we have a root server working group. Stavros and Irene from Lukix are the chairs of the working group, and we had a root server workshop in March. It was very successful. I'd like to say thank you to Namex again for hosting us. It was great to be in Rome for the workshop for a couple of days. We had about 20 IXPs present. There was lots of very interesting topics discussed. We also, in these working workshops, invite the developers who work on the root servers. So we had a representative from Bird, OpenBGPT, and Annika from Alice, which is Looking Glass. We had Stavros presented what he's just presented now. Regarding the Internet Routing Registry database and root server configuration, and we had a really interesting presentation from Claudio for ASPA. And then also Stavros talked about a root server wish list, which is something that we're working on within EURIX. Right, then we have the RFC 8950 working group. I gave an update of what they worked on last year, in Rome. But since then, there has been some more progress. They've done more interop testing, and the results are all published on GitHub. So if you're interested, if you find the EURIX repository, you can see the work that's going on there. This is a supported implementation of RFC 89 in a root server, and the team are developing a long-term migration plan and idea. As Paul mentioned, we do have a PeeringDB request for this work, and the ticket number is 1576. So, and like Paul said, it would be really good to get some support from networks as well as the IXPs in this area. What's next? We're working on improving IXP Manager and Alice Looking Glass. We're promoting and liaising with promoters, and I just want to specifically mention Meta here because I think they gave a presentation earlier on in the week, and we'd really like to invite you to come and present what you're doing in this area at the next EURIX meeting. So if anyone from Meta is here or listening, please contact me. And then large-scale test scenarios are also happening, and that's all available on the GitHub site. Okay, so that's all in terms of the EURIX update. Now we're going to have a panel discussion on rules of engagement. So I would like to invite Remco and Paul on the stage.
You want this one? Yeah.
Thank you. So the idea of this panel this panel discussion. And we do want it to be interactive, so it's not just going to be me speaking to Remco and Paul. We want this to be interactive. We want your feedback as well, because this is a topic that affects everybody. So I ask that if you have any comments or anything to share on these topics, please come and please come to the mic and say what you have to say. So, like I said, the idea of this panel is to discuss and look at how interconnection has evolved over the last decade or two. Are we still collaborating in the same way that we did 10 years ago, or are there too many barriers now? So, the first question I have. Over the past decade, how do you see the dynamics of peering have evolved, and what impact has this had on the industry? Yeah.
Well, one of the things which I noticed over the last decade is the enormous explosion of the number of exchanges. Whereas in the past you had 1 or 2 exchanges in a certain country or large region. But now we get loads and loads of both free exchanges, exchanges where you can get a 10 gig or even a 100 gig port for free or for a minimal amount of money. And we see an explosion of distributed exchanges, especially coming from Eastern Europe, that now expand into Western Europe and into the rest of the world with their services. And this is a concern for people who want to keep their traffic local, because they're into the, low latency business and do not want scenic routing, which can be easily be caused by these distributed exchanges.
Chiming in a little bit with what Paul said about the inflow of exchanges. What I notice is, and this sort of plays into that thing. I think in Amsterdam at this point, I've lost count, but I think there's 28 internet exchanges in Amsterdam, and part of that is because apparently there's some playbook out there. I'm not entirely sure how, which makes but running your own exchange part of your peering strategy. I'm not sure that is a sustainable model, at least not for the industry as a whole. So right now, and this is also, I think, where the whole industry needs to take a look at themselves. Right now, people will go for, oh, they have a free 100 gig port. I'll take that one. And you now want some money. Well, in that case, I'll go away again. Which I think is leading to an ecosystem that is actually becoming increasingly under threat. And I do think that as an industry as a whole, short-term opportunistic behavior is going to eat us all in the midterm. So please all carefully consider what you're doing there. Let's just leave it at that. That's a pretty cheerful thought to begin with, right?
Nice way to say it. Does anyone have anything to add or something to share on this?
Yeah, Will from Roma IX in this case. You said traffic local. I think the definition of local traffic also tends to, may have evolved with time. I mean, 5 milliseconds is something in Switzerland. I can go from one side to the other one, but 5 milliseconds is not necessarily going to happen in the Amsterdam region or something. So that's also another change, maybe, or evolution in the industry. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll add one more thing. I think that what is now, it's a trend that started a decade ago, but is now a lot more prevalent. Is exchanges sort of increasingly becoming sort of the training wheels of peering environment, because as soon as traffic builds up to any significant volume, it will get peeled off the exchanges and move to API somewhere, which I don't fault. I think it's actually it's a more cost efficient way of doing things. but it's also something to bear in mind, because if you now look at traffic growth for exchanges, I mean, the infamous up and to the right graphs that killed EIX. Is Nick in the room? I hope not.
Yes.
Oh, hi, Nick. Please don't kill this working group yet. That is, so there's a lot less public visibility of what's going on. And that I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing, but that is something that I will definitely note.
Nothing to add.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm Guillaume Leclanche from OVH Cloud. I can relate to the distributed IX being a major concern, as well as remote peers, also on some IXs. We have not found yet a way on our side to have a clear way to identify all of these outliers, talking about remote peers in that case, and find the correct policy we should have to have our traffic flow in the best way possible. So yeah, that's a concern. It has to be addressed at some point to make some, I don't know, some standard way to identify outliers. And so if there are remote distributed axes in that place, please give us really all the tools we need to be able to steer our traffic in the proper way if you want us to connect and have proper traffic flows.
Thank you.
Andrei Rubachevsky, I'm just curious because elsewhere in the internet, we observe a different trend of consolidation and concentration, which is sort of built on network effect, which is reinforces sort of this kind of positive feedback. So I'm just curious, here we see an opposite trend of sort of decentralizing, or maybe that's a complementary trend. So what are your ideas? What are the forces behind?
That's actually an excellent question, because I mean, consolidation is order of the day in the whole network, in the whole internet environment. If you look at the number of ISPs in any given European country, that's been cut from several dozens to a handful per country of ISPs that have any significant size. So there's been a full-on consolidation on the eyeball side of things, which actually those networks know and will use in their negotiating for interconnection. I'm trying to keep this neutral. At the same time, there's also a massive consolidation happening on the content traffic side of things, and actually there's the initial signs of this were a little bit concerning a decade ago, where certainly the large mobile operators, I've heard a great example of a mobile operator in North America, said, well, you know, we'll happily give room to content inside of our data centers, so they can just put their content in basically inside of our network. Then asked with, so how many of those content providers will you actually allow? Well, obviously, maybe 5, which then sort of allows those operators to essentially go and pick winners on the content side, because no one else is going to be able to deliver content more effectively to that set of customers than the 5 that are already in there. And that's something that I think we all should be wary of.
Agreed.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything to say on this? Okay. Next question for you both. In an industry where sharing internal knowledge can be fraught with legal and competitive risks, how can we foster a culture of openness and collaboration without compromising corporate interests?
I'm looking at you. This is actually, in all frankness, this has been something that Florence and I, and later together with Will, have struggled mightily about. in trying to get content into this session. It is becoming increasingly complicated to have anyone representing any big logo to stand up and say anything. And I don't blame those people for that. I also have no solution because it really pains me that I know some of the smartest people in the industry are in this room, and they will not say anything if their life, even if their lives depended on it. Not at a microphone, not in front of a camera. And I have no answer to that. I do think that this is, we as a community, we're losing massively because of this.
Yeah, I do think this is mostly a problem for the bigger companies, the ones with lots of lawyers running around. Luckily, working for smaller networks, I think I can most of the time speak freely, although even I can't name our customers.
Yeah. Does anyone have anything to?
Please. I mean, this is a meta comment. I think you're allowed meta comments that are not related to company insights. I think, hopefully.
Stavros.
Stavros from AM6, who had last year one of the biggest incidents in our company's history, where terabits of traffic went away. Anyway, there was a presentation, you guys know what happened, and yes, it was tricky, right? I mean, but in the AM6 culture and history, we try to be open, we try to share knowledge and experience with the community, and yeah, it was not an easy presentation for sure, but that's how we are, how we operate, and I think we own it to the members, because our customers trust us. They trust we do our best. They trust we do whatever we can do to make the network reliable and have them offering the best quality services. But it's something that you also need to teach it to your vendor, to the big logos, to the big enterprise. Right? They're always afraid to take the blame. But hold on, you are the guy. You're the big vendor, the big logo who came and to the RFP, and you present your solution, and you're trying to get any, not AM6, but any big network. You try to get it as a customer. You should know that, okay, either you have the perfect solution, which nobody has a perfect solution. Everybody, all the vendors have their own issues. So, okay, make sure you offer to us the best quality services, and then things like that will not happen in the future. But also, if things happen, you should take also your share, right? So it should be a mutual agreement, not in contract, but also in understanding and culture. That's it.
Thank you. And no, thank you also, I think, I speak for everyone on the presentation after the incident, because I think it was interesting for everybody to learn what happened and how you overcame that. So thank you for that, AM6. Emil.
Emil Petersen, Fiberry and Lab IX. This openness is one of the reasons why I am in this industry. Having some engineers that are willing to share, this is the things we do, is why I chose this industry compared to other ones. I am very much a fan of openness, and I would love if more people would also be open. Thank you.
Well, taking as a company hat Citis in this case, I have to say that a lot of companies around have been really supportive and open, and I will name people right now, so it's like free advertisement, but Arista was someone who were really helpful, even though I'm just a gray market buyer, and I know Init7 did help us a lot there, and there is like a bunch of people here in this crowd that were opened and that did help us to go forward and to understand what was going on. So as I'm part of this community because I discovered the openness in this crowd. Some discussion might have happened silently at a drink at some point, and I think that was really, really useful. So I think we've got an openness, and if we can keep it, that's going to be good, but we have to be careful and try to go that way and push that way. And me as a small player, I can maybe try to steer a bit in this way. I hope I can do it. So thank you for all the help, everyone.
Thanks. Well, keep up the good work.
Patrick Busman speaking for Akamai Technologies, trying to be present and speaking. Two comments. One, I think it's not just us trying not to talk, it's also us trying to not overwhelm and overtake the agenda. So if we get guidance on what we should contribute, not just speaking for Akamai, but speaking for content in general, I think that would be helpful and encouraged. The second comment, and this is an unpopular one, I'm fully acknowledging this and I don't have a good solution to it. One of the reasons why the majority of conversations happen in the floor and outside is because there is a complete difference on whether it's video recorded and live streamed or not. If we as a community could decide that we want to have a portion of the conversations on stage, but not recorded and not live streamed, and again, I acknowledged that is not inclusive and it is not for everyone else. And I'm not saying it's a good solution, but it's an idea we should talk about.
I'm looking at the right chair right now because this ties in very closely to some conversations that we've had. I do agree with you that our current format actually, in that sense, sort of disencourages engagement and conversation. At the same time, I do also see that there's some very good principles about openness and transparency that we would like to try to honor. But on the balance, if that means we're not having a conversation at all, I think we're all losing.
Hi there, I'm Paul Rendeck from DStream Group. Maybe a little portion of this is that this sector of our industry is maturing just like everything else has. And okay, we all probably came from that maybe academic, very open, collaborative environment. Things have gone in all different directions, right? For the IXP community, so to speak, right? And now when you start entering into this digital age that everybody likes to talk about, that governments like to throw at us, like digital hubs that are coming up, or interconnection hubs, everyone wants to be one. So I'm not surprised that I'm seeing IX is coming in this, because it seems to be part of the formula of how you would actually build a digital hub. Now, in the past, I kind of think that these digital hubs were cities. Okay, the flaps just comes to mind, right? Woohoo, everybody talks about them. They all know that globally. Everybody wants a piece of that pie, right? Which means that they think that in order to have this, you probably have to have some kind of IX within your major city, or even taking a look at it regionally now, because that's what's starting to happen. I mean, taking a look at one city like Frankfurt or even London is kind of making us yawn a bit. I think that the digital hub is maybe more looking at things regionally. So you probably would even see that maybe there's a few dominant IXs in a larger city, but then what's happening at the edge? Because everybody's taking a look at where that is. How's the content moving there? And what's the relevance of this community, the IX community, within that landscape? So when you look at openness and collaboration, what I'm maybe failing to see, and I'm not an expert here in this field, but what are those criteria that you'd like to see that you think you can share and be collaborative on? Because I maybe probably saw that earlier on when the IX community came into the RIPE community, but I'm not sure if I'm aware of what that is now. So maybe we can put some of those on the table.
Florence.
Hi, Florence, no affiliation whatsoever. I would like to react with regards to the culture of openness and collaboration, since many of us are here thanks to that. As Paul just said, we are maturing. This is what happens with the industry after some time, but we still need to have new recruits, new people coming in. And those people, just like us, they need to come here and they need to manifest themselves. They need to think with the community, thanks to those openness and collaboration principles that have attracted us. So how can we maintain, like, regardless of all those other corporate interests that they may or may not be around us, how can we keep on having this openness and collaboration, not only for us, but for the one that needs to keep joining our ranks and for the one that are going to be the community of the future?
Out of curiosity, and in this entire room, who's a first-time attendee? Can I have a show of hands? 1,
2,
2.
3.
Welcome. I mean, I really should have done that at my opening. If you're new here, be welcome, talk to people. It is what we're here for, even if it's not recorded. Even those people with the big logos on their badges are typically nice people, and they will talk to you as long as there's no cameras present.
Oh, sorry. No worries. Yeah, hi, Markus Sturkbauer, Eurofiber. I want to hijack a little bit the topic here, because just a few words what I want to talk about. I was coming basically from the same environment everyone here is. I was working as a service provider. I was working in an IX. Now, for the last 3.5 years, I was working for Eurofiber. We're building fiber to the home in Berlin, and this is also connectivity. So what I noticed here is we were talking about connectivity in general, about openness and stuff, and immediately deep diving into peering, IX, and the other stuff. So what I'm missing kind of here from my work experience now is other forms of connectivity, other things how you connect, and especially in the access industry, I noticed in the last 3.5 years, all the openness, all the discussion that we had in the IX community, in this community here, this isn't taking place in the access community at all. And I wonder if this could also be a forum to collect some of those people around just to start the process, because while the complaints are there, how did we change? Did we get less open? Did we get stuff like that? Sorry, just one more word. We are in the IX community. We are way farther than in all the other communities and industries in the internet that I've seen so far.
So, actually, I mean, it's great that you bring this up. We rechartered a decade ago. So this is no longer the IX community. This is why this is now called Connect and no longer EIX. And I do recall that we had a presentation, absolutely fantastic presentation, about someone building 25 gig fiber to the home connectivity in Switzerland a few meetings back. And in that sense, I'm speaking for the future and incoming chairs, because it's no longer my problem, but we would love to be spoiled for choice on topics that we present here. So also to Patrick, don't worry about overloading us with material, because you're really not. And as chairs, we would love to have a pick from all around the spectrum of interconnection and connectivity to present here.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Andrei Rubachevsky. Just wonder if lack of content submitted, lack of presentations is a good proxy for openness and collaboration. I understand your challenge, but I think the working group by nature sort of originally was a working group, not a conference, right? So I would say what we heard today from, for instance, from Stavros and the team that developed some new BCP, that's a good example of collaboration. And I think maybe we need to be more clear that this is a working group and that we are not sort of looking really, well, as well, but not only for like, you know, professional presentations, but also for like you come with a problem. Problem statement is already good enough, right? Maybe it's 2 slides, but that might help.
Yeah, it's important to have the discussions actually, and you know, have a platform for them as well. Ready.
Freddy Künstler, Init 7. It wasn't me who presented about the 25 gigabits, so honor is due. This was Pascal, our former CTO. But to follow up Marcus' comment regarding openness in access networks, I mean, I just wonder, do you really want to go into this field? Because it means a lot of regulatory, it means a lot of cartel law discussion and all that. Because, I mean, we all know those which build fiber networks, they try to make it as close as possible because it means money. We're talking about money here, and not sure if this is the level on discussion we want to have in this Connect working group. So I could go further and talk about the so-called Glasfaserstreit in Switzerland. We won recently, but maybe you just read it first and then decide if you want to go into this field.
In all honesty, Freddie, if I were still chair the next meeting and someone submitted a presentation like that, I would be over the moon. I would be extremely happy.
I would volunteer for that, but I need at least 45 minutes and to come to the basics of that stuff.
I mean, if that means we'll have to expand Connect to a second slot, I think that we can have a conversation with the working group chairs collective about that. So this is. If there's really that much content, I think we'll find a way to put it somewhere. I do think it is important to keep talking because you're absolutely right. There's a whole bunch of cartel money, legal stuff that has come into this game quite vividly, but that doesn't mean it's a verboten topic or something. I think it's become part of the conversation. We're no longer just talking about banging rocks together and getting ones and zeros. We're beyond that.
Thank you. Paul, do you have anything to add? No?
Please.
Any other comments? No. Okay. So I do actually have two more questions, but we are unfortunately out of time. Should we do one more?
Well, I mean,
so basically we've got
about the future.
So basically we've got until 1 minute, and after that people will want to go to eat. So I suspect that we can shut this down now. Is it okay?
Yeah. Okay. So in that case, thank you. So thank you, Remco and Paul, for stepping up and being part of this panel and this discussion, and also providing some excellent insight for hopefully everyone to go away and have a think about, the different types of, rules of engagement in the community. So thank you.
So thank you all, and with this session comes to an end. Yep. And I would like to extend my thanks again to the two outgoing chairs. Thank you very much for what you did. And
thank you.
And reminder, rate the talks. And if you have any topics, you can contact the chair collective, and we will consider that for the next meeting that's happening in Prague. Thank you very much, and bon appétit. See you next time.
Ja, afstand denk je voor een moment. And then you finish the rest of the welcome.
Okay, okay. Your mic's off, right? Okay, I think we're ready to get things rolling. So, okay, hello everybody. Welcome to Routing Working Group in glorious Krakow, Poland, RIPE 88. So, first of all, meet your chairs. Me, Paul. Ignace is not with us right now, but I'm sure he'll be around on Meetaco. Meetaco? I don't know. So, let's look at the lineup today. So today we have BGP pipe. We have a talk by me and Zbigniew. We have Job Schneider's on RPKI validation considered? No, or whatever. Then we finish up with low latency RPKI validation, and then we'll have some administrative matters with the chair replacement procedures. Please rate the talks as far as you go. This should be your reminder right now to open your laptop or phone and log into RIPE. Which unfortunately does now require you to log in with two-factor authentication. Please do this. We normally get about 3 ratings per talk. I would really like to have more data points than 3 data points. So please rate them as you go. It makes a massive difference. A quick poll. So we clash this year with, or this session, or this meeting with open source. So us and open source are curious to know, would you have gone to open source if routing was not at the same time? If you just could do this, raise your hands. I'm going to say 25%, maybe. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Okay, and with that, I will take it to the next talk, which is BGP pipe. You'll need that.
Hello. Or cześć. Cześć is another Polish word you can learn while being here besides dzień dobry. It means hi in Polish. My name is Paweł. I came here from Gliwice, which is another city close to Krakow. If you are into history, please check it out. So I had to travel the list probably out of all of us here. I work at the Institute of the Theoretical and Applied Informatics of the Polish Academy of Sciences. This is the meaning of this abbreviation here. Besides that, I've also been writing open source software for networks for quite a while. Currently, besides my academic employment, I'm also employed in the cybersecurity industry at Domain Tools. My scientific interests are simple protocols that run the internet. That is DNS, BGP, and IPv6, and this is actually my second RIPE talk. And previous was a few years ago. So I'm here today to talk about BG pipe. As you all know what BGP means, BG pipe is here to bridge the gaps in BGP itself. So a while ago, I was working on a paper about an attack called Kirin against BGP. And with my co-authors, we wanted to provide a practical fix besides just theory. So this is one of the reasons why I started BG pipe. But the goal is more broad. I want with this project to enable more innovation in BGP, that is to bring theory and ideas into life, at least in a laboratory. But the ultimate goal is also closer to production of routing. You probably remember XBGP presented at the last meeting. It's a related idea, but BG pipe is different. That it doesn't require modification to the BGP speakers. It's an old style proxy. You can deploy it pretty easily. And in case you find some grave flaws in BGP routers and your vendors aren't that willing to cooperate, the hope for BG pipe is to help you to extinguish everyday fires in case you need to. And finally, I wanted a better alternative to existing command line tools in open source BGP world. So what is BG pipe? The tagline is reverse proxy in the firewall. What does it mean? It's a proxy that allows you to build pipelines for processing BGP messages between BGP peers. So for instance, right now you can build a man-in-the-middle proxy that would dump all the conversation between the peers in JSON format, just to archive or to build some metrics and export raw materials, for instance. It can also translate BGP to JSON and back, so you can actually speak JSON to it, and it will translate that into real BGP messages. You can already tunnel BGP sessions over WebSockets. Maybe that's a bit crazy idea, but you can transport part of your BGP processing to some remote machine. I will show why it might be useful. And finally, it allows you to pipe your sessions through external programs like Python scripts or even sed scripts. Please don't do that. And in my talk, I will show how to add RPKI validation to possibly old routers. And in future, it can enable even ASPA validation once it starts off. The general goal is more broad. I want this project to be a universal streaming message processor for tinkering with BGP. And an ambitious goal is to enable to do that in prod. That is to make it reliable enough so that you can feel confident that if you have this fire and you need to extinguish it, BGPipe might be the tool to do that. BGPipe consists of two main parts. The one that is not so much visible is the Golang library that took me most of the time to implement. It's called BGP Fix. And BGPipe is built on top of that. It's a command line tool to make use of that library. It's implemented in Golang. It started last year, and this is licensed under MIT license, so you can it's pretty flexible. I believe it's ready for experimentation, for playing with it. And I'm here because I'm looking for early adopters and for feedback and what to do in the future with this project. Quick overview of how BGPipe works. So, surprise, imagine two BGP peers, left and right. My vision is that I will be able to use transparent proxy techniques so that you will not need to make any modifications to configuration on the left and right, and BGP speakers won't even notice that there is a man-in-the-middle proxy. Nowadays, you need to modify just the IP address on one of the peers. BGPipe can expose a TCP listen socket on one side and connect on the other side, but it doesn't by default modify any BGP attributes, so it's not like an ordinary BGP router. So it is invisible on the BGP layer. The basic idea is simple. Whenever a BGP message arrives from a peer, BGPipe can run this message through a pipeline of processing stages. And those stages is what you configure. You can build your pipeline configure as you want, as you need to. And a stage can, for instance, be a background process operating on the JSON representation of this BGP message. Such a stage can, for instance, modify the message, create, drop it. Once you're done, BGPipe will marshal this JSON representation back to the wire format and send a possibly modified BGP message onwards. And this obviously happens in both directions. The backend for each stage is the BGP Fix library I mentioned. It's a piece of software that allows you to register a set of callbacks, functions to get called for matching BGP messages. Such a function can modify, drop, or create BGP messages. It can also emit events. An event is an information broadcast to all stages. The stages can subscribe to particular events, and usually this references a BGP message. For instance, if there is an event that a BGP session has been established, you also have a reference to the BGP open message with all the attributes, the capabilities, sorry, for that. Alrighty, what you can already do with BGPipe. On the left-hand side, you see the stages that are already implemented. These are kind of plugins you configure in a stage. You can see a few categories. Obviously, there is TCP/IP listen and connect stage. It supports TCP MD5. There is a category for file input/output, so standard input/output, but also read/write means file read/write, and you can choose the format, like you can write MRT files, JSON files, or even raw BGP messages. For filtering, I would highlight the exec plugin, which is fork a background process, pipe to the standard input the JSON representation of messages. The process can do whatever it needs to with the message and then write the outcome to the standard output, which is again marshaled and sent to the final peer or to the next stage in the pipeline. If you want to do that remotely, there is the WebSocket stage. So it pretty much does the same, but over an possibly encrypted HTTP connection. Finally, for BGP, there is a simple speaker implementation that allows you to send open messages, to react to open messages, to send keep alive messages, so on. And the limit stage implements sophisticated IP prefix limits. On the right-hand side, there are a few examples. First, quick session. It's not a proxy yet. We write bgpipe-o, which means standard output. Speaker means react to open messages, and the IP alone by default means open TCP connect to this IP address. And we are expecting this IP address runs a BGP speaker on port 179. And if an open message comes, the speaker will reply in a best effort matter that is the same ASN and ID received +1. It's meant for debug. Please don't kill me for doing that. I know it's not the best practice. Then proxy. The first stage is a TCP listen on a public IP address. And the second stage, the last, is connect to a private IP address, but adding TCP MD5. I know from my practice that, well, running multi-hop BGP over the internet and adding TCP MD5, the last hop, can be problematic. Finally, the crazy example set in the middle. If you want to really, you can run a set script that rewrites ASNs in open messages with that. More serious example, if you want to do your own route views or libraries archive, now you can. This example shows how to do remote message, BGP message archival over WebSocket. On the edge, basically, you run a speaker that connects to your router. In the middle between speaker and the TCP connect, you put WebSocket, which for every received message in the left direction will write the JSON representation to this WebSocket URL. On the archival host, you run the WebSocket listener, and you write the output to a JSON file with a timestamp. So every 15 minutes, it will generate a new file with JSON representation of BGP messages received on the edge, and it will compress the output. Here, the proof of concept of how to add RPKI validation with the Routinator. Please excuse me for abusing the Routinator HTTP API. I know it's not the optimal solution, but it's just for the sake of argument. Here, the pipe is connection between two public and private IP addresses. In the middle, we have this validator PI script. And on the left-hand side, you can see it's just 20 lines of Python with two functions. We just iterate over every line of the input. We extract the origin using the JSON representation, and for every prefix, we run RPKI check. If any of this prefix is invalid, we treat it as a withdrawal. So we move it from the reachable NLRI to unreachable. Of course, this is not IPv6, it's for IPv4 only. However, if all prefixes are okay, we just print what we read to the standard output, and it means accept the message as is. Final proof of concept example, stopping the queuing attack. The queuing attack, I encourage you to check out the paper. It's about bringing down the internet with BGP and IPv6, prefix deaggregation, and remote peering. Anyway, we found out with my co-authors that, well, maybe there is time to propose new types of max prefix limits. So this stage implements the idea we described in the paper. And the highlight here is it's a stage implemented in Golang. So it's different compared with the Python script I showed you. It's an example how to implement things more low level in BGPipe. Alrighty, I encourage you to use the knowledge you just gained today. BGPipe is easy to start with. You can use the information I put on the right-hand side. If you have Go installed, it's quite simple. I encourage you to please start the GitHub project to spread information about that. And my takeaway is that my goal for this project is I want it to be a sustainable project and stable. I don't want it to be one-man show. So I'm looking for collaboration. It means software engineering, like PRs on GitHub, and these are always welcome, but also research projects. Righty, that's it. Thank you so much. Any questions?
We do have one question from Miteko. What was your experience implementing your own BGP speaker as a library? How much work was it, and how complete is your coverage of the relevant RFCs?
Yeah, as for completeness, it's more difficult. As you all know, BGP is so simple. At least it can connect to popular BGP speakers already. Once I had this translation between wire formats and JSON and supports for BGP attributes, it wasn't that difficult. Just the BGP speaker that I implemented is just opening the session. I don't handle RIP, I don't do any state handling and so on. So it was much easier compared to an ordinary BGP speaker that you can find in BGP routers.
Hi, Alexander Azimov, Yango. First of all, thank you for your report. I believe it is in line with a trend that moves a place where we make a selection process from the edge to maybe some place inside the network. But I have a question. So what happens if one of the BGP sessions that's where your proxy is in between goes down?
Yeah, it's an open problem to solve. Currently, BGPipe will just quit. So you would need to have some script that could restart it or some process that would control BGPipe. But definitely it's open and it depends on your use case, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Peter Hessler, I was curious if there was the ability to modify what BGPipe is doing within the sessions. Like, for example, you have it start adding a subscript. Later on, you determine that you need to add something else to this. Is there a way to feed the information, or do you need to restart the process and critically restart all the BGP communications?
I think I didn't catch the end of your sentence. Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah, because if you need to restart the full BGPipe, then you would have to reset all your BGP sessions.
Yes, of course. So I would imagine that you would need to have I don't know, Redis running inside or another database to store this information you can't lose. Currently, if BGPipe quits, you lose everything. But I'm not sure whether that should be the goal for BGPipe, given that other open source solutions for handling that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's all for the questions. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause for the panel.
Thank you.
So, a talk from yours truly. Going to talk about reclaiming 240/4. So, 240/4, Class E space. The thing that lives between 240.0.0.0 and just before the end of the internet, or the end of the IPv4 internet. Right before multicast space. Currently sits in reserved space or reserved state, and it has existed for a really long time. And it didn't really matter until basically IPv4 exhaustion happened. The IPv4 machine stopped providing IPv4 addresses at scale. People then go and look for other addresses, and there will always be people who think that IPv6 adoption will never fully happen, and so the solution is to go and look for other addresses. And so we're here in this conversation. Class E is not the only address space that is being eyed up for reclaiming. Technically speaking, 000/8 could be reclaimed, and 127, the loopback, could also be partially reclaimed with some very obvious exceptions. And so it's an interesting thing. I think it's interesting to go through some of the sort of hearsay of how we got here in the first place. It was not obvious that the internet was actually going to be used. It says otherwise. It was obvious, not obvious at the start, famously, that we would run out of 32-bit address space. So several large blocks were left unusable for unicast. So 000, the thing that you normally bind on, normally there's only one address here that you use, but there is an entire /8 that is reserved for it. Similar with the loopback one, 127.0.0.8, same thing. There's 240, which was basically, as far as I can understand, reserved for a mythical third type of routing that has yet to be discovered. It has still yet to have been discovered. And then finally, there is multicast, an entire /4 attached to multicast. There's a draft proposal out there that hasn't, I don't think it's been submitted to the IETF, but it suggests that maybe some of those /8s could be reclaimed, because while multicast is one chunk of the multicast address is used, there is very poor usage for the others. So let me make my new views known. You should be deploying IPv6, and I think that Class E and the other aforementioned blocks will likely never get into the global routing table. This is because changing carrier policy is really hard, and changing end user devices, as we've been proven with IPv6, is even harder. And then finally, of course, even if you do manage to change the devices today, who wants addresses that might not work for some users? We kind of already have that. It's currently IPv6. So Class E, however, is an interesting idea for local addressing. So it happens for a lot of companies that 10/8 is not actually as big as someone hoped that it was going to be. It's very easy to subdivide, and when you start your organizations, AWS users normally run into this one first, where you make very large allocations in your /8 space, and then you suddenly expand your company and run out of 10/8. However, 240/4 is very big. And so there's already some precedent in using 240/4 space for this. Amazon has publicly stated on the record that they use 240/4 space in some of their link nets inside AWS. They also exist in some home networks too. I did some research that suggested that some SMB/home users from their NAS devices are using 240/4 space. I don't know how they're doing it, and I would love to know, but some of them are. It also, Ripe Labs did a great blog post exploring Ripe Atlas data that basically suggests that some other users are using 240/4 space already in their link nets that aren't Amazon. And finally, Canonical has a container product that uses 240/4 in all of their link nets. People also use it as a weird bodge. Cloudflare has a slightly strange option that basically hashes an IPv6 address into the host bits of a Class E address. My own experience is that nearly no one uses this because it's very easy for a malicious client to abuse it, but it exists. It's something you'd have to potentially contend with. So if you wanted to use this, unfortunately you hit against the thing that plagues us all, and that is vendors. So all of the stuff, most stuff does actually work. So Linux distros for basically as long as you should be running. iOS works fine. Arista, a bunch of vendors now have some mitigations against this. Unfortunately, there's one critical thing here that doesn't work, and that's Windows. And the fact that Windows, unfortunately, because Windows doesn't work, means that for the foreseeable future, this is basically a no-go, because while I'm sure everybody loves their installation, their corporate installation of Windows 11, there are users still on Windows 7, XP got even. So there is stuff out here that's not going to change, for a very, very long time. So I was interested in testing purely what the router vendors are up to. So I built a little router petting zoo where they can all peer with each other on the relevant protocols that people might be using. I didn't test ISIS because not all the vendors here support ISIS. And see if they can send, transmit, deal with Class E routes. And here are the basic results. So you can set, this is just using a test of who can set Class E link nets. So iOS XR doesn't seem to care at all, which is great. RootOS from MikroTik doesn't care at all, which is great. Junos and Arista have special options that let you override its sanity checking, I guess, and lets you set it just fine, and stuff works as expected. The rest of them will just flat out refuse. They say, not valid space. It's not clear whether this is a software limitation or perhaps maybe even like an ASIC hardware limitation, but it doesn't work. So a different experiment is set up here. So instead, we make a router petting zoo that is got N clients. So the routers themselves have RFC 1918 space, and then there are hosts around them that transmit Class E space instead, or transmit, announce Class E space instead. And what we found some interesting quirks while setting this one up. While Junos has no problem when you configure the magic words, with everything else in the operating system, the DHCP server is the final call. It will not let you hand out DHCP addresses. Whoops. Arista as well, the virtual EOS testing platform, says that the hardware is not supported for testing for that particular option. I assume it works. The fact that the option exists means that, and it's documented on their end, means it probably does work. I just can't test it. I don't have a spare Arista device. So something I discovered, which I thought was pretty interesting and also kind of fatal if you wanted to deploy this, is that OSPF and other flooding protocols, I can assume, will the software layer, the control plane, will transmit your Class E prefixes just fine in the LSAs and things like that. However, it won't install them. So you can get to a point where you may route through something that, while it stays in the OSPF area, that it could potentially do it, it's not installed into the hardware, which means it is going to black hole, which is very bad. Or even worse, it might hit a default route and do something nuts. So this is pretty lethal. As mentioned, you have to make sure that every one of your devices in your network is set up correctly in order for this to work. Which is, as at the bottom, you can see a difference between like 6666 being trace routed here and a 240. The system thinks it can reach it, but it's going through a router that doesn't necessarily support installing that into hardware. So testing vendors themselves with this, we see basically the same thing, except we see that iOS XE, SROS, and Huawei basically will relay these routes through both BGP and OSPF, but they actually won't install them into the FIB, which is part of the problem. Means that it will advertise that it can route for these prefixes, but it won't go anywhere. So I thought at this point all of my testing was concluded, and then out of nowhere, I got a surprise email from one of the mailing lists from Quantcom, who basically stated that they were also interested in testing Class E space, and had announced a /16 out of Class E space from one of their experimental ISNs to all of their peers, which is super interesting. So I went and did the logical thing. I went to Atlas and tested from all of their customers, or all of their own Atlas probes on their network, whether they could reach them. It was about 50%, which is not bad, but it's also not necessarily good. 50% for your own network of being able to reach something is. Interestingly, they had downstreams, so I tested the downstreams as well, and also, funnily enough, 50%. All the there's 6 data points here, so the numbers could actually vary in reality. So I think the interesting bit here is, like, who wants address space that doesn't work? We could put a whole bunch of effort in doing this. However, I've already had experience with this, and other people in the room may have also had experience with this. So pre-total depletion of IPv4, one of my old employers got a /12, and this was a very big deal. So immediately announced the /12, and then put some testing stuff on it, and it was immediately clear that some bits of the internet could not see it. And this was after prefix list generation, and things like that. So it turned out some people have or had bogon filters, and since this new /12 was a bogon, it was unallocated, it was being filtered out. This was a real pain in the ass to fix. We moved some customers to the /12, and then sort of worked with everybody involved to try and find the last places on the internet where this /12 was being filtered out. This took about 10 weeks, and nearly every offender had fixed the problem at that point, and we assumed that people who would discover that it didn't work, that was the ISP's, well, extremely the ISP's problem at that point. So now imagine doing that, but the router vendors need to be altered, and the config now needs to be significantly altered. I don't see a way of making this viable. At least this is in the case of the global routing table, at least. the DFZ. So trying to be fair and balanced as possible, what are the pros and cons of reclaiming 240/4? So, the pros are your link nets can be completely separated, moved away. It could also provide a temporary, of course, fix to your internal IP spacing problems. It might let you be temporarily sort of allow you to defrag stuff. We all know how good temporary solutions are, however. The downside is, of course, is that the network vendor support is pretty poor. The endpoint support is poor because Windows doesn't support it, and unfortunately, most things are still Windows. The other downside is that the ownership, so-called, of 240/4 is up for debate, which means that should it be reclaimed, then there might be a bit of a food fight involved on all the RARs trying to figure out who. It's not an even amount of /8s. You can't distribute them locally. I'm sure that would be really fun. And also, as previously mentioned, people's previous uses of the 240 space might collide with you, and that might be pretty bad. So, in summary, in my eyes only, if there is getting 240/4 to work in unicast networks, not too insane, actually. I mean, we've already seen it. We see Amazon doing it. We see other networks doing this. It seems to be working well for some people. Obviously, for inter-network unicast, that might be a bit nuts. As far as getting 000 or like reclassing, resubnetting the like loopback and the my own host addresses, that's a lot of work for no real gain. You only recover a /8 from that, or 2 /8s from that. And that seems like an unbelievable amount of work for gaining 2 /8s, no matter how bad the IPv4 crisis is. However, of course, practice is not theory, and we actually have our friend from Qualcomm here to give his view of what things look like from their end on their experiments. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Sorry. In the last year, I have seen a pretty nice topic in Nanoc mailing list, which I am sometimes in winter reading. And somebody really seriously advised people to use address space from 240/4 for their real projects. Okay, after 5 minutes, I have been logging. I got an idea that it would be interesting to just try it, if it is feasible or not. Okay, which one is the next one? This? Yes. Okay, so first we started with RIPE Atlas probes, of course, to see what happens, because we send it just to the internet, propagated it. We know when we did it that it would be dropped by all tier 1 operators, and it would be dropped also by route servers in IXPs. But we have many of direct peering sessions. So we found, okay, a lot of operators accepted it. And if all the prerequisites were complied, it somehow worked to few locations. So we found some RIPE Atlas probes from which we are able to trace route the IP address 242.242.11. And yeah, it was really interesting from how much amount of countries and how much amount of ASNs it was possible to reach it. My favorite one is this one. It's deeply in Russia, about 6,000 kilometers here from this location behind Baikal Lake. The city is called Chita. That city is interesting only by one thing. The Trans-Siberian Railroad branches there to China. So now it has another interesting thing. It's possible to reach class E IP address from that space, from that network. But then I got an idea, especially from Ben, to try to ping the rest of the internet, all the 3.6 billion IP addresses. So I tried it, and I got more than 180,000 responses for my pings, which is pretty much, but it's still 0.005%. And it worked somehow. Yeah, now we know it was mostly because of iOS XR and partly MikroTik support, and also pretty relaxed anti-bogon filtering of some specific networks. Here we have a list of some networks we have been able to reach. The most interesting was probably Quat9 name server, which dropped such a so-called support in the end of April. Then we reached, of course, networks in Romania, Cloudflare Pop, half of Russia, something in Vietnam, United Arab Emirates, etc., etc. To believe me, yes, this is a DNS request to Quat9 for isc.org. So yeah, it's somehow possible to use it, but yeah, it's also pretty insane idea to think it would be useful for any commercial projects.
So yeah, should you use 240? No, unless you're completely out of options. But it's an interesting experiment to see how this would pan out in an alternate universe where maybe Windows didn't exist. So yeah, I think that is it. Do we have any questions? There is some raw data if you're looking for this. If you're looking for some of the raw information on the IP addresses that did actually respond from the scans. But other than that, I will take questions.
I got one question on Meetecho. Alexander Zubkov asks, do I get it right that that if we do not start using 240.0.0/4, if we do reach the end of the internet? It's two difficult, different questions combined, so I can't make heads or tails from this.
I thank you for the comment.
Sorry. And I got another one from Nico Brout-Santoni. Even if we could practically reclaim that prefix, is merely delaying the address exhaustion problem worth the significant amount of engineering work? Wouldn't even internal users be better served by going v6 only on linked nets, etc.?
Yeah, of course. Some vendors now allow you to do. In fact, I think there was a talk on the IPv6 working group that had talked about doing v6, v4 next hops with v6. So you can totally get away from this. It's just sometimes your situation may not allow you to, and the easiest thing to do is maybe do some horrors with /240/4.
Yeah, so Radu Feurben from SEX. One thing that is often invoked by the people who oppose IPv6 is that IPv6 doesn't work and IPv4 does work. So let's start using 2040/4 and break IPv4 so that we bring the two at the same level.
Yeah.
With IPv4 not working, IPv6 not working, and everything is the same.
Yeah.
So move to IPv6 then after we break IPv4.
It's funny you say that because, of course, I think the current numbers are actually 50% as well. So we can actually hit feature parity. Hi.
I see there's an arsonist on the loose. Tom Hill from BT, thank you very much. Fascinating. I have one problem with your conclusion. Using it as private IP space, I don't think we should necessarily encourage this. And there's one particular reason why. We do have some examples, certainly in much larger organizations, where we have run out of RFC 19 and RFC 6598 combined. About 22 million addresses, I think, in total, which is obviously very large networks. I've heard of this from some sort of enterprise corporate, massive global sort of oil and gas banking types as well. But certainly from telco perspective, the solution to this many years ago was, well, of course, we've got to do IPv6. And I don't want to discourage that from being the answer.
Yeah.
It's also well worth noting that if you're looking at this and thinking, well, Amazon have done it, definitely take a little step back, as anyone who's listening, not yourself in particular, but definitely take a step back and just think about how much effort Amazon have gone to build their own networking underlay.
Yeah,
it's
totally
significant.
So I think it's always worth pointing out, right, that probably by a high percentage, most of this room is not Amazon, it is not Microsoft, it is not Google, and so I think there's a saying that people can't manufacture like Apple. Very much these entities are on a separate level of class and have their own problems to come with.
But I mean, if I went back 9 years or so, and we had this sort of suggestion that we could just move from private addressing to Class E addressing to solve our internal networking exhaustion, we wouldn't have quite as many eyeballs on IPv6.
I mean, ultimately, this is only a viable solution for link nets, as pointed out, and so the network isn't just there to provide BGP communication between your shiny routers. That end users do exist in the end, and so hence the only solution there is IPv6. So this is more of a you could bodge it if you are the network operator, but do not bodge it if you are the actual end user. Or if you're providing end user services, you should just provide IPv6.
I agree entirely. Thank you.
Jelinkova, IPv6 enthusiast. I also have a problem with conclusion, but I suggest rephrasing it differently. Using a well-known phrase, I suggest all my competitors are doing this. Also, I am thinking now, I know I'm in the wrong room probably. We know that if something exists in the internet, it eventually will end up in DNS. And I'm curious if anyone if anyone puts that in DNS. Would be very interesting.
So it's funny you say that. It's funny you say that. So I'm not going to hit back enough times to get to that slide, but the thing I was talking about, SMB and home networks, that was learned through DNS.
Peter Hessler from Zayo. When doing the BGP announcements, were you able to create route objects, RPKI ROAs, get them added to tables?
I think can I answer that on your behalf? I think the answer is, yeah, the answer was laughter.
Yeah, that was a very loaded question because I know the answer, everyone knows the answer, that's very clear. And it's very silly that your neighbors at upstreams are accepting unsigned or even unattributed address space to your ASN.
Well, I think the interesting thing to critically point out here is that I assume by implication that everybody that accepted the Quantcom route will have direct peering with Quantcom and are not filtering at all, like any filter. They have except, all good. So there's definitely a second question around routing security. There's routing security implications on this research. Is that it? Cool. I thank you very much. And now is Job with IPK validation reconsidered.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Job Snijders, and I'm here to talk about your Lord and Savior RPKI. Reasoning about trust in the RPKI is easier if we learn some terminology. In the RPKI, there is a thing called assumed trust and derived trust. Assumed trust is that you, as network operator, install a RPKI validator, and you pick which of the trust anchors you include into your validator in order to make routing decisions. Derived trust is what the RPKI validator does based on the trust anchor that you gave it in its trust store, and then it securely computes using subjective logic what the outcome is. Subjective logic in this context sort of means like that we as group agree that bit 5 is you can sign CRLs and bit 6 is you can sign other certificates, or the other way around. So subjective logic means that not like 1 and 1 is 3. No, it means that we establish a set of rules how we parse digital objects and conclude that they are valid. So in other words, it is possible in a PKI or in a system like a PKI to have multiple validation algorithms that produce the deterministic outcomes. And then the question comes up, which of the algorithms is the right one? And that may be subjective. So the current RPKI validation algorithm has some very sharp edges. It is defined in RFC 3779 and 6487. And the implication of the current algorithm is that if a ROA contains entries unrelated to the thing at hand that is being checked, everything contained in that ROA or certificate will be considered invalid. And in future slides, I will step through this process about how the blast radius in the current algorithm is a bit bigger than I think we want it to be. Why would you encounter situations where there is a so-called overclaim? This could happen if you transfer IP space from one LAR to another LAR, or transfer space from one RAR to another RAR. And transfers happen multiple times a week. And this means that with the current algorithm, multiple operations multiple times a week are at risk. So in the next few slides, I will argue that the validation algorithm described in 6487 is disproportional in terms of outcome in the RPKI. So how does the current algorithm work? If you look at the blue box in the lower left corner, this is the ROA payload. The ROA contains a payload and a certificate. The payload must be contained within the resources listed on the certificate in the ROA. The resources on the EE certificate in the ROA all must be contained within the resources listed on its parent certificate. All resources on the parent certificate must be contained in its parent certificate. So even though we only wanted to validate 10/24, as we walk up the chain towards the trust anchor, we have to verify containment of more and more resources that are unrelated to the ROA that we initially wanted to validate. There's an alternative algorithm, which I call the George-Jeff algorithm, because George Michelson and Jeff Houston were, as far as I understand it, the first to propose a different way of validating RPKI objects. What they argued, and this is more than a decade ago, is that if you validate a ROA payload, you only need to validate all along the chain up to the trust anchor that that specific prefix is contained. So let's step through an example of how the old algorithm has some downsides and the new algorithm might be better. We here have a small structure in the lower left corner and the lower right corner. There are two ROAs, each with their own payloads. Each of them chains up to the EE certificate and entity certificate in the ROA, and they are signed by a mutual, by the same certification authority. And that one is signed by the green box that contains even more resources. Now, if the parent of the parent delists 1/24, all ROAs underneath that node in the graph disappear. And this means an outage for two ROAs, even though only one of them actually was affected by the delisting that happened in the parent's parent. What we want to happen is that if the parent's parent delists 172.16/24, that only the ROA that actually said something about 172.16/24 becomes invalid. And 10/24, which is unrelated to 172.16, and 10/4, which has a valid path all the way up to the parent's parent, should continue to exist. So the new algorithm isolates separate resources from each other, and I think this is helpful. Now, as I said, this new algorithm is actually more than 10 years old, and right from the get-go, when RPKI was invented and went through standardization in IETF, it was recognized that the algorithm that all validators use today has those hairy aspects, and an alternative was proposed, and the IETF had to pick one of the two proposals, and they ended up with what I think is the suboptimal choice. But the new algorithm was described in an RFC 8360, and this approach was not deployable. It basically required all validators to implement the new algorithm, and this is the bad part, all issuers of RPKI products to reissue everything with new code points. And that sort of makes for a flag day. Like if you ask everybody to upgrade to IPv6, it becomes a very hard proposition. So 8360 did describe the algorithm we want, but it was unable to capture a deployment strategy that would actually work on the real internet. So what I think the path forward would be is to deprecate 8360 and say we take the algorithm but not the deployment strategy, update the RFCs that outline the current algorithm, and only implement the new algorithm in RPKI validators like RPKI client, Routinator, Fort, RPKI Prover. And by reducing the burden of work to just the RPKI validator projects, this adoption of the new algorithm becomes feasible because it doesn't require coordination across the entire internet with every RPKI issuer. So this proposal has been written down in an internet draft that is now adopted by the CyberOps working group, which governs RPKI. The to-do list extends into projects like OpenSSL and LibreSSL to add a flag to the validator API to disable the old algorithm so that applications can implement the new algorithm in their own code. And then the next step is to implement this in the likes of RPKI clients and other validators. And with that, I open the floor for questions, comments. I hope I was able to articulate what this is about to some degree.
Sorry. Tim Razils, Right on CC. If nobody else goes, then I'll go. One of the co-authors of the reconsidered draft, actually. I can assure you that the co-authors of that draft did want it to be deployable, but at the time that was what we could get through the IETF sausage machine. So also, back in the day, this was actually implemented in the RIPE-NCC RPKI validator as well. So in that sense, I think we also have proof of concept that, it's very much doable from that side. I think it would be really helpful for the network operator community to speak up and say that they want this, because we might meet some of the same resistance in the IETF that was brought up then. And having support from network operators who say we want this, don't want to be exposed to this blast radius, I think can really help.
Thank you, Tim. Any other questions? Then a little bit of promotional work, because the RPKI is not done and finished. You can download the slides on the website. There are many other exciting improvements passing through CyderOps at this point in time, and here are some references if you have trouble sleeping and want to read something. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, and time for our final full talk, low latency RPKI validation.
Quickly. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Michael. I work for RipenCC, but this talk is on sort of more on a personal account and dedicated to some work that I was doing with the project that I'm maintaining. So it's a little bit of a catchy title, so I have to explain what is meant here. So generally, when we talk about RPKI validation, we have the relying party software, referred as validators as well, which in a nutshell download a big bunch of cryptographically signed objects from usually quite long list of repositories. Nowadays, I believe it's something like 90 to 100 of them. They validate this whole hierarchy of objects, extract the payloads, and these payloads end up in the routers in some way, directly through the RTR protocol or some intermediate software or something like that. And this process repeats over time. And so when we talk about latency, we mean basically two things here. So the first one refers to the paper, which is a very interesting one to read, actually. And the literal quote from there is mentioned here. So the validators introduced the biggest delay in propagation of RAWs from repositories to the routers. And so the assumption here is that there is some kind of operational incentive to reduce this time. So one can, in principle, say that it's not actually that important, but I would assume that there are situations that actually that would be a necessary thing to have. And the other aspect of latency is essentially that every validator should be ideally working fine with repositories that are well behaving, regardless of what the others are doing. And there's been at least two, again, academical papers that I'm aware of that are constructing all these specially made up repositories to crash validators, to block them, to make them completely halt, and all this sort of stuff. And so the things that I'm going to talk about are implemented in this RPKI approver validator that I'm maintaining for a while. So it used to be a sort of a pet project, and it turned out to be a sort of full-featured validator nowadays. So the very basic things about repositories, and we have to talk about repositories in all this regard, is that, and I'm pretty sure that's implemented more or less everywhere to some extent, and every validator out there, is that every fetch of every repositories, it should probably be a separate operating system process, constrained in time, clock and CPU time, in memory. We also assume that every implementation would run multiple fetches in parallel, because fetching 100 repositories one after another is going to be extremely slow. And the basic idea here is that we should always make some progress. So whatever happens, there should be some sort of mechanism that would not allow you to completely block the whole thing. And so what do we do with the repositories that are timing out, that are slow, that are crashing, blocking, whatever the hell they're doing? So fundamentally, there are two approaches here. Fetching things synchronously to validation, so while validating the RPKI tree, and fetching them asynchronously in some sort of a separate, some kind of separate background process. And in the first case, you're sort of getting the best in terms of latency because you're validating the stuff that you just got from a repository. In the second case, you avoid being blocked by timing out repository. And the idea here is to essentially combine both of these two things and get ideally the best of two worlds. So we think that the repository is suitable for synchronous fetch. If we just see it the first time, we gotta try to trust them in general. Or if the repository is well-behaving, it's going to return you the content within some relatively small time, and then sort of lower than some threshold, and there's no sort of a fallback between our RDP and our sync supposed to happen. So it's like all these things we don't want. So, and if a repository doesn't fit into this criteria, it becomes asynchronous, and there's this sort of a separate, slow, sad process that will just try them on the background with much larger timeouts and try to get at least anything from them. And it turns out that's a very simple idea, but it gives you the biggest gain in terms of the time of one validation, one traversal of the tree. So in this case, we have sort of a 5 maximal parallel fetches, 7 trust anchors, a normal 5 RERs, and the 2 TA0s from Leknik and Apenic. And as you can see, this sort of a technique allows you to get to very quick validations, something like 10 to 15 seconds or so. And it's relatively stable, so all this classification doesn't happen after the first initial sort of a settling somewhere. And the instance that doesn't use the asynchronous fetching basically has to wait through all the repositories that are out there. And the test was made probably a couple of weeks ago, so that's the actual situation in the current ecosystem. That's what we actually have at the moment. And the same test with ridiculously low RDP timeout of 30 seconds. So it's made intentionally to create a situation of this sort of like we have a lot of very small repositories just because we made this ridiculously small timeout. And then it becomes harder. So there's a lot of this classification going on back and forth, but still the situation is more or less the same. If you do this asynchronous fetches, it kind of stabilizes on a very quick iterations, and if you don't, it becomes pretty bad. So just the timeout is not enough to actually go through these things. And the other heuristic here that is also helping to avoid like bumps on these graphs that I just showed is that the timeouts are made based on how quickly the repository is actually delivering the data. So it turns out that the majority of the RDP repositories out there are actually very fast. So more than 90% of them will give you all the XML within 2-3 seconds or so. And if it takes, let's say, 30, it's probably something is wrong there. So you don't have to wait for more. Just put it into this asynchronous bunch and come back to it when it gets back to normal. Okay, so that was about the robustness part of it, the sort of how do you don't get halted. At least some mitigation can be introduced with this whole synchronous asynchronous fiddling. So what can we do about the delays that is introduced by relying party software and all that? Well, the obvious answer is revalidate things more often, just iterate quicker and more frequently. But that's a bad answer because it's expensive in terms of resource usage. It takes actually quite a lot of CPU. And the other thing is you're going to be thrashing the repositories with the requests all the time. So can we do something about that? We can, it turns out. So the CPU part, I'm not going to go into details here too much, but the general idea is that it is possible to validate fully, meaning with all the RFCs, with all the signatures checks, resource checks, extensions, whatnot. Only the objects that are new. So we haven't seen the object, we do the full validation for it. We've seen this object before, we do some minimal checks for these objects. And you have to be also quite smart about the manifest, the RPKI manifest, so which children to validate, which not, and there's a lot of fiddling happening there. But general, the complexity of this whole algorithm goes from full validation for all objects to full validation for only the new ones, plus some very short validation, something like checking validity period and probably revocation for all of the objects. So what does it give us? For the implementation that is, well, currently in RPKI Prover, that gives you about 9 to 10 times less CPU spent on every validation. Of course, it doesn't have to be that. It can be probably significantly less or significantly more, I don't know. Depends on the implementation. The obvious disadvantage of that, of course, is that it's a lot of complexity. And in this case, for example, that's like 1,500 lines of code. And it's a pretty hardcore algorithmic code. So it's a lot of testing, some extra potential for bugs and all this sort of stuff. And also the validation reconsidered, all this resource checking is also not supported at the moment, because that makes it even more complex. It's possible in principle, but it's just some extra complexity. Okay, so the second item was, can we have actually less RTP requests? If we do this frequent revalidations, which we can do now, how can we stop thrashing the repositories? So the basic idea here is that you want to be up to date with the repository, to be low latency, but not. So basically, in this case, you want to have every delta, but don't do it more often than necessary. And you can do that by adapting to how much data you actually got from the repository. So if you get, I don't know, 5 deltas from there, it means that probably you skipped some of them. So you should be more frequent with fetches from there. So the interval between fetches should be reduced. On the other hand, if there are no deltas, no updates, it means that you're going there too often. So just don't do that. Yeah, there's some obvious lower and upper bounds. In this case, like 1 in 10 minutes. That sounds reasonable. Doesn't have to be that. It can be configurable, of course. So the result of that for the same test that I already mentioned with these 7 trust anchors is you can save about 40% of all their RDP fetches. But that, of course, that's not a net gain. It's not like the previous item where you just get things better and faster. That's a little bit of a sacrifice, because you're sacrificing some of the latency for like infrequently updated repositories. But on average, the whole thing kind of stays the same, but with less requests. You kind of just do less of requests that are not likely going to return any updates. Yeah, that's an interesting observation from there. It turns out that majority of the repositories nowadays actually converge to this upper bound, 10 minutes in this case. And just a few of them converge to some like 1 minute. And it also depends on the time of the day. During the day, there's much more frequent updates, so there will be more of fetches. and only a few repositories are just settling somewhere between. But again, this whole picture changes with the time of the day. Yeah, so the conclusion is this. It's mainly useful for people implementing relying party software, I guess, partially to the users, because like you know what kind of problems people haven't tried to solve. But it turns out there's some relatively low-hanging fruits there to address these problems with the halting validators coming from all these academic papers. And the other thing is that it's possible to implement a much cheaper validation that's sort of also future-proof, because we're expecting to have more and more objects out there. We're expecting to have ASPA deployed, prefix lists, whatever else comes. So having some sort of algorithmic solution that would not be sort of complexity of which would not directly be proportional to the amount of data is also a pretty good idea. And it turns out about a third of repositories or DP repositories out there do not support e-tags, this all if modified since and so on headers. So that's a shame. That's actually should be. It's a very easy solution to reduce the traffic. Yeah, so all these things are implemented. The RPK approval latest releases. So would be nice people to try it and give some feedback. Maybe it's all wrong actually. Yeah, if you download the slides, there are references to these papers that I mentioned. It's quite interesting reading. And yeah, questions, comments?
The RPKI mafia is moving towards the mic.
Okay. Yeah, Tim Ruijs right on CC, but in this context, I'll say I'm a recovering RP developer. So I was wondering, you mentioned, so first of all, thank you for doing this. I think it's really useful to get data on this and see how things can be improved in terms of performance by doing things differently. Because I think blocking repositories are an issue that need to be addressed, especially, but also the CPU reduction is interesting to see. One question that came to mind was you mentioned that for some repositories you do synchronous fetching and for others you do asynchronous.
Yeah.
And it just makes me wonder why, if you can do asynchronous, why don't you just do asynchronous on everything and just use the data when it's available?
Yeah, the same thing, latency. So if you download everything in the background, it means that while you go down, basically from the cold start, you would have to wait for a few iterations of these fetches before you get down to the bottom of the tree. And the same comes to every change in publication points or anything. So yeah, if we care about getting as up to date as possible, you still want to stay synchronous.
Yeah. I think that's especially true on the first run, though. But,
yeah, practically speaking, yes.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Job Snyder's RPKI client project. I don't think many people tell you this often enough, but I think you are doing super cool work with RPKI Prover, and I'm very happy it exists. So thank you for that. I have a small thing to add. What you mentioned about not having to validate the entire tree all the time is also how RPKI client does it by virtue of what in OpenSSL, LibreSSL is called partial chains. And in the context that you create where you validate a given object, you mark certain things as trusted or untrusted. And this avoids having to go all the way up to the trust anchor every time for every ROA. So I think that is an analogy to what you implemented.
Quite likely, yeah.
So to me, I think that means you're on the right track in having implemented this?
Yeah, that's a bit more RPKI specific in the sense that you look at the actual manifests and try to create sort of diffs between what it was and what it is now, and revalidate only the children that are different now, which the majority of cases is not. Absolute majority is just CRL update or something.
Yep.
So, but yeah, probably it.
Thank you.
Ben Madison from Work Online. Just to echo what Job said, I really like that we live in a world where there's a Haskell implementation of an RP. So thank you for doing that.
Thanks.
I think that was a really interesting presentation, and I think it's really welcome that people are talking more in public about the finer details of how this fairly complex system actually works under the hood and what we can do to make it better. So thank you for taking the time to put this together. Couple of pieces of feedback. The first is, I think that if you do a version of this presentation again, I'm not sure that the distinction, the choice of language to describe the strategies of synchronous and asynchronous is the best choice of language. And I suspect this is where Tim's question came from. I understood it as being the synchronous strategy being synchronous fetching alongside validation. So you're making validation progress as you're receiving data from our RDP or rsync,
yes,
rather than kind of blocking until you hit repository boundaries and only beginning to, you're not waiting around for a complete repository each time you make progress in the validator, or possibly even blocking on the whole tree. Is that a fair characterization? Because that it's clear to me why that would be faster if that's correct.
It's blocking on every publication point that it haven't seen before or have seen, but it's time to refetch it. So that's the general idea while going down the tree. And asynchronous means it's just, I know about this repository and I'm gonna fetch it.
Get the stuff and then start reading it. Yeah. No, that was my understanding. So I think the way that you explained it was clear. But as I say, it's not obvious to me what choice of terms is better. But I think synchronous and asynchronous, that's not my intuitive understanding of those words. The stuff about dynamically adjusting the refetch frequency. It's not obvious to me that there should be a natural, the frequency of historical publication frequency should be a natural predictor of future publication frequency. For me, I think that the solution to that part of the puzzle exists in a slightly different part of the ecosystem. And I think what we need to be doing is making it super cheap to contact a publication point and determine that there's no new data, so that we can do it essentially as often as we want, and it's cheap for the so that it's cheap for the RP and it's cheap for the publication point. And I wonder if you've got any suggestions as to how that could be improved, because the notification file can be a bit chunky.
Yeah, what I mentioned, the e-tags, the if modified since whatever headers is not fully supported yet everywhere. The biggest repositories do, but not all of them. Yeah, you're right. The assumption here is that there's some kind of intrinsic periodicity to repositories, that they're not completely random. There's some kind of a background cron job, whatever, running and updating that. So yeah, if that assumption is wrong, then it becomes not very useful.
Maybe a solution that doesn't rely specifically on HTTP is what we need. I think e-tags probably solves it, but it solves it quite narrowly. So I think that's a place to do some work. But thank you.
Cool. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you very much. So now is our final thing. Paul is going to go through our chair replacement procedure for, might be the right slides, I'm not sure. Yeah, Paul, take it away.
Yeah, at our last RIPE meeting, RIPE 87, we asked for your thoughts about the mechanism for chair selection and replacement. We did hear a strong consensus about certain things, like having a democratic way for the working group, not the current chairs, to select the new chairs, to welcome new chairs into the working group. There were other subjects like term limits, where we found no consensus at all, with opinions ranging from leave everything as it is, up to and including having strict 1-year term limits. Now, at our next working group meeting at RIPE 89 in Prague, we will have a chair selection, and I will step down when one or more new chairs have been selected. Based upon your input, we've made a proposal, and of course, this policy, if accepted by you, can be fine-tuned or completely replaced at a later moment in time. The proposal. A call for interested parties is made on the working group mailing list at least every 2 years or whenever needed. If all 3 chair positions are filled at that moment, the longest sitting chair will offer their seat for selection, but can try to be selected again if they wish to do so. This does not apply if one of the other chairs voluntarily makes their seat available. Again, they have the chance of trying to be reselected as well. Interested parties have 2 weeks to make their interest known directly to the chairs by email, not on the mailing list, because that might influence other candidates to run for that. After these 2 weeks, the chair or chairs ensure that all candidates are announced on the mailing list and issue a call for discussion. At the next routing working group meeting, at the RIPE meeting, selection of the candidates will be done using Meet Echo Poll or a similar process where both in-room and remote participants of the RIPE meeting can voice their opinion. That's it. Can I get a show of hands if you think that's a good idea? And can I have a show of hands for people who think this is a bad idea? Okay, then that's what we're going to do. We'll publish this on the mailing list and put the new procedure on the RIPE website. Thank you. And I think that brings us to the end of our meeting.
Yes, it does. And I would also like to say thank you, Paul, for the years of service on the RIPE working group. You're going to Connect, which shares many of the similar topics, but it's great been having you here. And I look forward to running the election on the mailing list. So if you, we'll announce it shortly.
We are already at contact with the RIPE chairs, and I'll step down when the selection has been done, so I can help you with the process, not with the day-to-day running of the working group.
Yeah,
thanks.
Cool. Thank you, everybody. I think this means that the routing working group is closed. Yes?
Yes.
Cool. Right. I'm doing it right. Great.
See you in Prague.
This stuff is very complicated. You have no idea.